up this weekend. That is so funny. Yeah, I was up here and I grabbed one. And I don't know why I'm gonna walk around with me now.
Hey, Luther's picking up those signs. I'm not here for trouble.
Good evening, everyone. It's 5:33. I'd like to call this meeting to order. We do have a pretty long agenda. We have a couple presentations we'd like to get started with. So if everybody could take their seat, if there's a seat available. So I'd like to welcome everybody to the meeting of the City Council of City of Sierra Madre, the March 14th, 2023 meeting. Madam City Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Yes, thank you. Mayor Edward Garcia,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Kelly Krebs,
Here.
Councilmember Jean Goss,
Here.
Councilmember Christine Lowe, present, and Councilmember Robert Parkhurst.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum this evening.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Next on the agenda is to approve the meeting agenda. Do we have any changes, or do we have a motion to approve?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
the informational item on idling vehicles, I'm wondering if we might want to move that up. As you said, we're expecting a long night, and it could be a quick item. Hopefully it's a quick item. And that way, some of our staff don't have to stay here very late.
So you're thinking to pull the discussion prior to the 3 public hearings after consent calendar? Is that your?
That would be my recommendation. That would be my request.
Okay, it's a motion. And a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we have an amended agenda. Thank you, Councilmember Parkhurst. And tonight, we have Mayor Pro Tem Krebs that will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and Inspiration.
Please stand if you're able. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So my inspiration tonight is a combo inspiration perhaps and announcement. We're all very excited that the Wisteria Festival returns this year on Sunday the 19th, this coming Sunday. So in honor of that, I did a little, very little, internet research on our wonderful vine and found an amazing article by our own Gene Sudbury for the Colorado Boulevard Net that was published a couple of years ago, maybe actually the last time we had the festival in person in 2019. So I think we have quite a room full of people who are not local, so this may be actually more interesting to them than I was expecting, because usually we get the folks who know everything about this. And I found out, I learned a few things in doing this myself. For example, the wisteria vine is named by the Guinness Book of World Records as one of 7 horticultural wonders of the world, on par with the Sequoia National Park redwoods, the Amazon, the Taj Mahal Gardens. I mean, really just amazing company, right? It weighs 250 tons, and this was 3 years ago, so who knows how much it weighs now, with 1.5 or so million blossoms that spreads across an acre between the 2 houses here in town. It is a species native to China, and people say that the seeds were brought back to Europe from China by Marco Polo, and in April of 1894, one of our local residents drove to the nursery and paid 75 cents for a gallon container of a Chinese lavender version or version of our wisteria, and from there, we've gotten to an acre. As many of you know, in the 20s, the vine had overtaken the original residence at the grounds and collapsed under the weight of the vine. And that was not long after the first festival was held to allow the public to see the privately held vine. So I have to say that we're all very excited to once again be able to see the vine. There's been some drama, we know, of change in ownership of the property, I believe twice since we last had our festival. So we're very happy that the new owners are willing and able and excited to open up their home and their yard to our residents, as well as I'm sure many residents from across the area. So we're expecting a huge crowd and hope to see you all on Sunday.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So we're going to do things a little bit different. I guess not different from the last meeting, but different as far as our normal procedure. We're going to have a couple presentations. We have a lot of people in the house. And then we're going to have a short intermission, clear the room, and then we'll proceed with city business. So first, I'd like to introduce our new police chief, Barrientos, to do the ceremonial pinning of our new police officers. So Chief Barrientos, please.
I, Dylan Fisher,
Do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
and that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Welcome, Officer Fisher. Thank you.
Fantastic.
I'll ask you to raise your right hand, please.
I, Jonathan Turner,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, Officer Turner.
Good evening, Mayor. I'm going to turn around this way. Good evening, Mayor, City Council and citizens. A few weeks ago, I stood before you following my swearing-in oath where I pledged my total commitment. Tonight, it's my pleasure to introduce to you 2 officers that exemplify professionalism. Serving as a police officer today comes with adversity and overcoming increasing challenges. You weren't compelled to choose this profession, but having chosen it, you're obligated to live to the professional standard. Remember our values: compassion, integrity, and dedication. We are empowered by the people, and we work for the people, specifically the citizens of Sierra Madre. I'll tell you guys a little bit about both officers. Officer Dylan Fisher was sponsored by our administrative staff to attend the Los Angeles Sheriff Stars Center Academy. He was one of our attendees to the police academy. We believe that when we select a recruit to go through the academy, that recruit is a representation of the Sierra Madre Police Department and the city of Sierra Madre. Officer Fisher has been with the department for approximately 9 months, including his academy time. He is currently assigned to the field training program as a trainee. Prior to his law enforcement career, he was a stage manager for the San Gabriel Mission Playhouse for 7 years. Officer Fisher is a resident of Laverne and resides with his lovely wife, Katie, and son, Wyatt. Fisher is a family man who enjoys time with family. I have had the honor to spend time with his family, and what an exceptional moral character and family values they have. Officer Fisher is honored to be part of the Sierra Madre family and is so thankful for all the support he has received from the community. So thank you for coming on. Last but not least, Officer Turner has been with the Sierra Madre Police Department for about 6 months as a level 1 reserve police officer, and now has been added as our part-time police officer in our cadre. Prior and after Officer Turner's law enforcement career, he was a mechanic totaling over 15 years of experience. Currently, he's employed by the city of Los Angeles as an equipment mechanic in the training department. Officer Turner was a police officer with the Arcadia Police Department for about 5 years. His assignments included patrol, field training officer, and major accident investigation. Officer Turner lives in Rancho Cucamonga with his lovely wife, Michelle, and daughter, Danielle. His real passion is police work. Officer Turner is honored to be part of the Sierra Madre family and is thankful for the opportunity to serve this community. Lastly, those of us in law enforcement know that no police officer can truly be successful in a profession without the support of their families. The hours, the odd shifts, the stress, the missed holidays, the birthdays, everything else that comes with the job takes a toll on one's families. I'm fortunate and grateful that both Officers Fisher and Officer Turner have supportive families. So thank you all for attending, and congratulations again for coming on board.
Thank you and welcome. So on to our next agenda item. We have another presentation, and we have quite a few people in the house for this one. We'd like to honor Captain Richard Schneider on his retirement and his years of service. First off, we have, I think we have a representative from Congresswoman Chu's office. Do we have anybody here from her office? I don't think so. Okay. I know we do have somebody from the supervisor office. We have the supervisor herself, Catherine Barger. If you could come up and present, please. Captain Snyder?
Yes.
There you go.
You know, this is someone who is from the community and for the community, and you started as a volunteer, recognizing the importance of the job to be here for your entire, community of Sierra Madre, and then you helped bring it into a full-time station or a full-time fire department. And your expertise on wildland fires and I heard fire sprinklers, so I need to talk to you later, 'cause that's mandatory now, is known throughout the entire county. You are well respected, I know, with not only within the Sierra Madre Fire Department, but also LA County Fire as well. We want to thank you for your service on behalf of the residents of Sierra Madre, and we appreciate everything you've done. So I want to present this proclamation to you on behalf of the County of Los Angeles, recognizing Captain Richard Snyder for your incredible work in Sierra Madre.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And he had a full-time job while he was volunteering, you guys. Skunk Works, right?
They want to be able to see the seal.
Oh.
No, the seal.
Oh, that.
One more time for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Barger. Okay. Don't go too far, Captain Snyder. Okay, I'm going to present a few commendations on behalf of some other offices. So I hope you have a lot of wall space, because it
working
seems
on
like they're coming here. This is from the California Legislature, the Assembly, specifically the Assembly member Chris Holden from the 41st District, our Assembly member. It says, after 36 years of service to our city and many roles in its fire service, as a firefighter and as a recognized expert in wildland fire prevention, as well as residential fire sprinklers, and as one who has taken an essential part in the development of a local fire service from an all-volunteer department to what now is a fully paid department, which also responds in mutual aid with neighboring cities. Congratulations on your retirement. From Assembly Member Holden. Next, we have recognition from the State Senate from Anthony Portantino's office. And it reads, Captain Richard Snyder, Sierra Madre Fire Department, in recognition of your 36 years of dedicated service. On behalf of the California State Senate, I join the City of Sierra Madre in thanking you for your decades of outstanding service to the village of the Foothills. Your tremendous contributions to protecting the safety and well-being of Sierra Madre residents over the past 36 years are greatly appreciated. Best wishes for a relaxing and happy retirement.
Working on it.
Senator Anthony J. Portantino, Senator, 25th District. So now from the city. And it's long, so you have to bear with me. I'm going to read every word of this because I think it's important. This is a certificate of recognition from the City of Sierra Madre for Richard F. Snyder, Fire Captain. Whereas Richard Snyder was born and raised in the city of Sierra Madre, he began his career with the Sierra Madre Fire Department as a volunteer firefighter in 1986. In 1991, he was promoted to engineer and hired permanently by the city of Sierra Madre as a fire inspector. In 1995, he was promoted to fire marshal and fire captain with the city of Sierra Madre. As fire captain, Richard was the driving force behind the Sierra Madre's dispatch system transition to the Verdugo Fire Communications Center. Whereas Richard was one of the founding members of the annual Sierra Madre Fire Prevention Festival, which started in 1987 and is an event that continues to this day. Richard served on the committee for the International Urban Wildland Interface Code, becoming a founding member of the Foothill Fire Prevention Officers, and served as president and a board member for 25 years. He joined the Fire Investigation Regional Strike Team, which later became the Verdugo Fire Investigation Task Force. Whereas Richard has always supported education and training. He has taught many subjects at the Fire Academy and the California Fire Prevention Institute, including fire and burn prevention, residential fire sprinklers, earthquake preparedness and wildfire behavior mitigation. He was also coordinator for the Elisa Ranch firefighters burn relay and became a fire prevention educator. Whereas Richard holds several state certifications, firefighter 1 and 2, fireline EMT, rescue systems, fire officer, wildland engine boss, fire investigator, fire protection specialist, I'm only halfway through, plans examiner, fire prevention officer, ICC fire inspector 2, PC 832 peace officer, and wildland staging area manager, and as you'll see in a short minute here, he is the first recipient of the Chris Cimino Lifetime Service Award. Now, therefore, may it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Sierra Madre does hereby commend with great appreciation Captain Richard F. Snyder for his dedication and service to the community of Sierra Madre. Presented this 14th day of March 2023 by the City Council of the City of Sierra Madre, Mayor Edward Garcia, Mayor Pro Tem Kelly Krebs, Council Member Gene Goss, Council Member Christine Lowe, and Council Member Robert Parkhurst. Thank you. Chief, do you want to present this one? Or would you like me to do that?
After you, sir.
Okay.
Or actually,
You know what? We have
Cimino?
Mr. Cimino's in the house. So Director Cimino, please, it'd be an honor if you could present this to our fire captain.
Well, as the mayor said, this is the first recipient of the Chris Cimino Lifetime Service Award. This was given to me a couple years ago, thinking I was going to retire that year. I just haven't yet. So Rich Snyder, congratulations on beating me to the punch. Here is the first annual Lifetime Achievement Award. Thank you.
Not annual, no. Let's hope that's not annual. Chief Bartlett.
Don't go too far, Rich. Actually, before I can talk a little bit about Rich and what he's done for our community, city, and department, obviously, the outpouring of support that he has here tonight is a testament to what he's done, not only for this community, but for the department as well. You may not recognize him out of uniform, but there's quite a few past members that are represented here as well. So his influence on them obviously speaks volumes. So basically, I'll get into my speech. Some of this is going to be redundant, but I believe it's worth saying after the career Rich has had. So good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable council members. This evening, I have the privilege to present to you and our wonderful community a brief abstract of a career that was anything but brief. In an era where loyalty and devotion to an organization are a novel concept, it is with regard that we recognize the retirement of Rich Snyder from the Sierra Madre Fire Department after 36 years of service. Again, Rich started his career here in 1986, which is quite a ways ago, right? When we were a volunteer department. We changed the rules since. But in 1991, Rich became full-time, one of our first full-time members at that point, serving the department as a fire inspector as well as a fire engineer. Rich was a founding member of the Foothill Fire Prevention Officers, serving as president and a board member for 25 years. He was also a member of the Verdugo Fire Investigation Task Force. In 1995, Rich was promoted to fire marshal and fire captain with the department. In both those positions he held for the next 17 years. Over his career, Rich not only had an integral part of the day-to-day operations, he also played a big part in the development of today's fire department. Rich has led many special projects for the city over the years. He has taught many subjects in both the fire academy settings as well as the California Fire Prevention Institute. And anyone that knows Rich knows that he loves to teach and share his knowledge. He has a passion for fire and burn prevention, residential fire sprinklers, earthquake preparedness, and wildland fire behavior and mitigation, for which he's continuing that passion. Rich's amazing career may have spanned 36 years, but he delivered a lifetime of significance to our community, and for that we're grateful. Rich is proud of his service to the Sierra Madre community. As a hometown boy, he was always there to offer help and comfort to many friends and neighbors in their time of need. And for those of us that serve the community we live in, we know how challenging that can be. In his retirement, Rich plans to continue sharing his fire prevention knowledge with the public, DIY projects at home, travel with his wife Laura, and spending time with her daughter Becca, and as I can definitely relate to, his new grandson Hayden. Rich, as fire chief and a friend, I would like to thank you personally for your years of service and commitment to the city of Sierra Madre and our department. You have been influential in many ways. Thank you. And our association would like to make one more presentation, again, for a career well-deserved.
Afternoon, folks. Dave Gakehead, Fire Captain and Union President for Local 5216. On behalf of Local 5216, we'd like to present this shadow box of just a small token of our appreciation of what you've done for the department over the years. Mementos that you probably have worn at some point, and memorializing those that can add along with the rest of the awards and accolades you received this evening. So we all strive to be in the position you are in to reach the end of our careers and move on to a second career of living and enjoying your life. And I know for a fact the last 2 years that you and I have worked together, we worked hard and long hours, and it is definitely earned. So congratulations, Captain Schneider.
Thank you. And I want to give the council an opportunity to thank Captain Snyder. And why don't we just, buck tradition and come along, because at the very end of the row, we do have somebody that had the opportunity to serve with the captain. So Councilmember Goss, if you don't mind.
Rich, congratulations. Everything I've heard tonight is some things I've known. I've known you for a long time, followed your career for a long time. And I have to say, on a personal note, one day we were sitting next to each other at Lucky Baldwin's having a beer, and I learned more about wildlife fire prevention in that hour than I've learned ever since. So I know you're an outstanding teacher as well as a fighter, and you're a fantastic member of our community. So congratulations.
I just want to thank you for the service to the city. I mean, to echo Chief Bartlett's comments, I mean, it really is rare these days to see someone retire with the department that they started with, especially in the volunteer system that we had before we were a full-fledged department. So it's really impressive, and I know, I mean, so many stories and so many accolades that I've heard over the years praising your service and all of the difference that you made to our department and our city, and it sounds like I need to hang out at Lucky Baldwin's a little more and get some fire prevention education.
Rich, thank you. Yeah, my family, my in-laws have known you their whole life, as Chief said, it's a difficult thing to serve in the community in which you live, and we appreciate that service. Personally, and I think even in the greater LA area during the Bobcat fire, thinking of the way you educate, you were doing those briefings with the board, and everybody was riveted every time on Facebook we saw that Captain Snyder had a new update on the Bobcat fire. Yeah. So I thank you on behalf of Sierra Madre, on behalf of the San Gabriel Valley for your edification during that stressful time. And I'm so grateful for your service, and look forward to seeing you around town.
This is one of the best parts of the job, is you get to acknowledge and speak about people that have done tremendous things for the community. So thank you very much. As someone who lives in the very high fire severity zone, I think I'm finally getting it. I really appreciate your attention to wildfire safety. As someone who loves the outdoors and loves to hike on the Mount Wilson Trail, I really appreciate that from both a homeowner's perspective and as someone who loves the outdoors. So, and I'll echo what other council members have said. It is extremely rare to find someone that stays in and really contributes to the community for their entire career and for their entire life. And so for that, thank you very much, and enjoy your retirement.
I need some tissues here.
I have a lot of tissue, thank you. So I'm taking over Todd Conrad's job of crying, but I worked with Captain Snyder for 17 years, and Captain Snyder literally saved my life, at least on one fire, and so I just want to say thank you, and thank you for all the education and everything you've done, and it's just amazing to be able to work for a city like Sierra Madre and grow up. I've known Captain Snyder my whole life. And we just want to see if everyone who's worked with Captain Snyder and served with Sierra Madre, if you could please stand. And they're all back there. We just want to give you an applause and thank you so much. And I'm honored to be up here to say this.
All right, with that, that's definitely a mic drop.
Wow, wow, wow. So I wrote a little speech. Webster's Dictionary defines retirement. Oh no, that was my first draft. Hold on. Where's Tommy? Tommy Devlin here? He's outside there. Come on over, Tommy. So, Tom and I were talking a few months ago about our future, and Tommy was mentioning about, this new chapter in my life. And I shared with Tommy that it didn't feel like a chapter, it felt like a new book. And I've been in this book that I've been reading that I just don't want to put down. And I'm on that last chapter, and it's that book that you just don't want it to end. But I've also looked forward, and I see the new book ahead of me. And this beautiful grandbaby and the future endeavors that are placed before me. And I read that first chapter, and man, I can't wait to get into that book. So I've been stuck reading the last chapter of a book that I don't want it to end, and the first chapter of a book that I can't wait to get into. So it's the old, when one door closes, another one opens, and as my mom says, it's hell in the hallway. So I guess tonight is the epilogue or the acknowledgments to my fire career book. And with all the challenges over my career, I never thought that one of the most challenging things I had to deal with was writing this speech. I've spoke many times in this council meeting, this council chambers, and this is definitely one of the more challenging ones. So 36 years. Seems like a lifetime ago. And for the majority of the firefighters here and the ones that I work with, it literally is a lifetime, except for April, if she's out there. Yeah. When I started in the fire department, Jim McCrae was the city manager. Who remembers Jim McCrae? Yeah, there's only a couple of us here. Yeah, Jim McCrae was the city manager. Bill Betts was the police chief. And Ed Tracy was 3 months into his stint as the fire chief. 36 years. That's 8 city managers, 4 public works directors, 4 planning directors, 5 or 6 finance directors, 6 fire chiefs, 7 police chiefs. Man, that's a lot of administrative people that I trained. I got to know all of them, and I'm still close with quite a few of them. And then there's the firefighters. How many firefighters do you think came through that fire station? Well, I can tell you in 2000, when we went to the Verdugo system, they issued us ID numbers, DIDs, and I was number 6. So who's our newest firefighter here tonight? So his DID is 320. So since 2000, there's been 323 firefighters come through here. Now, from 1986 to 2000, there must have been, what do you think, Todd? Another couple hundred? There's been probably 500 firefighters through that fire station that I've worked with over the years. I began with the fire department in '86, but my calling to be a firefighter happened long before that. It was January 15th, 1972. Do you know what day that was? What happened that day? I'll give you a hint. It was a Saturday. It was 8 o'clock at night, and it was on Channel 4. That was the first episode of the TV show Emergency. I was 7 years old, and I was with my best friends, Brett Anderson and Ian Angus. Ian Angus is Faye Angus's son and Catrelia's brother. And we watched that first episode, and I knew that night, at 7 years old, that I was going to be a firefighter, and I was going to serve our community. As a kid, I had a radio scanner in my bedroom. It monitored Sierra Madre, Arcadia, Monrovia fire departments, the Mutual Aid White Channel, and Sierra Madre Police, and it was going 24 hours a day, so I apologize to my brothers and sisters that put up with that. When the fire department got a call and it was close, I'd jump on my bicycle and I'd ride over to see the department in action. I can remember turning the corner and seeing all the red and yellow flashing lights and thinking, I'm almost there. Of course, those lights, Bob, those were from Dave Naylor's truck, but I knew just beyond that was the fire department. I remember Roger Keith, a longtime family friend, approaching me on more than one occasion, letting me know that he was going to put my name down on the roll sheet at the call. So I don't know if he actually wrote my name down, but Natalia, if you can look that up, that would be great. Let Miguel know so he can contact PERS. I would appreciate it. In 1985, I met Todd Conrad. We worked together at Foothill Towing in Monrovia. And when he found out my desire to become a firefighter, he sponsored me into the department. I attended my first department meeting, and Todd introduced me to the members. Roger Keith, who is now the chief, let everyone know that he knew me back when I was running around in baggy diapers. Firefighter Cindy Babbitt, my brother's former high school girlfriend, stood up and gave me a big hug. Then there was Big John Buchanan, who took my hand, pulled me into him, started hugging me and kissing me and telling everyone that he's been doing that since I was a baby. I think my face is about the color of the fire engine. March 13th, yesterday, March 13th, 1986, I began serving as a probationary firefighter. I want to share a couple of stories from my first week on the fire department. It was my first shift on Sunday station maintenance. All day long, I was at the receiving end of whatever Craig Hoback had to deliver water. Hose, bucket, fire extinguisher. I was soaking wet all day. Toward the end of the day, I was sweeping the parking lot, and Paul Donatelli, my lieutenant, approached me and brought me inside, and the crew was standing there, and they said, okay, enough is enough. It's payback time. They told me that Craig Hoback was in the bathroom in stall number 2. And they handed me a water can extinguisher and said, go get my revenge. I said, it's okay, guys, it's only water, it'll dry. And then they egged me on, and my captain ordered me to go in and get my revenge. Silly me, that's what I did. I went into the bathroom to the second stall. I saw the boots. I took the extinguisher over the top. I let loose with the water. There was kicking and screaming. The boots were coming out from underneath the stall. I ran back out of the fire station, out of the bathroom, and I saw the crew in a half circle, including Craig, standing there looking at me. A few seconds later, the door to the bathroom came open, and there stood a very red-faced, very angry, soaking wet Fire Chief Ed Tracy in his uniform. I looked at Craig, and he just smiled. I looked at the chief, and he just told me I needed to replace all the toilet paper in the bathroom. The next day, Monday night, I was by myself at the station painting the letters on the tires on the fire engine. That was something Probies did back then. We painted the white letters on the fire engine tires. I couldn't wait to do that because it meant I made it. I was on the department. The tires on the engine were Firestones. I remember purposely not painting the S to see who would catch that it said Fire Tone. Around 9 p.m., Ed Tracy stopped by on his way home from work, and he was in his suit and tie, and he looked tired. He asked what I was doing. Told him I was finishing up the stuff that I couldn't get done on Sunday. 15 minutes later, he came out of his office in his purple Lakers sweats. He grabbed a little jar of white paint, and he went to the back tires of the fire engine and started painting the letters. I said, Chief, I got it. Don't worry about it. And he says, Rich, I would never make you do anything that I wouldn't do. And he reminded me that I'm a member of the team just like him. He just happens to be in the chief's position. And we sat and talked and learned a lot about each other. So I guess he got over the bathroom prank. And that day I learned a lesson in leadership that I have never forgotten. There are many great firehouse stories to share, but not for tonight. During the first 4 years of the department, my full-time job was with the Lockheed Skunk Works as a tool and die maker. In June of 1990, Lockheed shut down the Burbank plant, and I was laid off with 6,000 of my coworkers. In August, I started Class 4 of the Foothill Fire Academy. Where's Tommy? Tom Devlin, who's the battalion chief of Arcadia, he and I were in the same squad. 1 week before graduating the academy, July 31st, 1991, I was hired by the city as a fire inspector. Actually, they hired 2 fire inspectors. The other fire inspector was Barry Spriggs, who just retired in November as the chief of the Arcadia Fire Department. In 1995, I became the fire marshal, and I enjoyed being the fire marshal. I enjoyed working in City Hall, being a part of the building and planning departments, helping people at the front counter. Fire prevention and education became my passion, especially when it came to wildfire prevention and education. On the suppression side, I became a captain. I enjoyed being a captain, working with the crews, building teams, training, responding to calls, becoming a close-knit group. Most of the firefighters moved on to career departments. I'm still close with many of them, and I am so very proud of all of them. Where are my fire guys? I'm going to have those guys come up in a minute. I'm proud to have been a part of this evolution of this department over the years. The transition to Area C, incorporating the Vertigo communication system, the addition of paramedics, the shift firefighter program, and the transition to full-time, and finally getting into that automatic aid. There are a few people I want to recognize tonight who stood out during my fire career. First is Ed Tracy. For not firing me on my first shift, or for the time I sprayed you with a water tender as you tillered the truck down the 4th of July parade. I thank him for his wisdom, his guidance, his example, and for taking a chance on me by giving me the opportunity to serve in my hometown. Chief Steve Heidorf, For the years we worked together, keeping this place together. The things we experienced, the calls we went on together, oftentimes just the two of us. For helping each other out through challenges and accomplishments. Steve, you know the reasons, and I treasure our continued friendship. Chief Bartlett, when it was just the two of us making it happen, covering the shifts like Ralph Wolf and Sam Sheepdog in the Looney Tune cartoon, facing challenges head on like the Bobcat fire, and at the same time continuing to move the department forward, relying on each other's strengths and trusting each other. Thank you, Brent. Captain Bustillos, for just getting it, for seeing and understanding things for what they are, and for having that calming effect on the people that are around you. Thank you, Karen. For Natalia, like Karen, you get the whole picture. Thank you for your hard work and calm demeanor, your passion for the department, and your creativity and your dedication towards fire prevention and education. Thank you. You've done an incredible job with that. Engineer Ted Walters, for always making it interesting and entertaining. For keeping people in check, including myself, whether they knew they needed it or not. For speaking your mind, but always coming from a good place. For your ability to fix anything. And most of all, for being a great friend. Thank you, Ted. Keep them on their toes, dude. For Todd Conrad, for supporting me and bringing me into the fire service, and for always answering the phone and helping out and assisting without even asking. To all the former volunteer firefighters, for your dedication of time and talent that built the foundation of this department, thank you. Sergeants Chuck, Henry, and Kyle from the PD, for your support and for just being good people and good friends, thank you. For Claire, Josh, and Vincent in planning, my second city family. I'm going to miss working with you guys. Chris Cimino, you know why. Thanks for being a good friend, buddy. Jose, for your friendly and calm demeanor and your calm presence. I've always truly enjoyed working with you when you were in Public Works, and the conversations we had and the things we accomplished. And the city is truly fortunate to have you in that city manager position. Would you guys come on up? I'm going to bring my family up because I got to introduce them. So Laura and Becca and the rest of my family, thank you for being by my side. Thank you for being by my side and supporting me throughout the good times and bad. For your understanding when I worked holidays, birthdays, to miss family events. For being flexible and going with the flow when I suddenly got called away for strike teams or unplanned coverages. For your patience during the last 3 years of my career when I was literally on duty more than I was at home. Thank you, and I love you with all my heart. And lastly, to the residents of Sierra Madre, it has been an honor to serve you, your families, and your friends in your hour of need. I will look back with my time with the city and smile knowing that my service was meaningful. Again, it has been my absolute honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. You know, I think we have one more thing for your wall. I think we have someone from U.S. Representative Judy Chu's office has arrived.
Hi, Captain. I'm so sorry. The rain was a killer on the freeway. But after everything I've heard, you've clearly made a very positive and lasting impact on not just the city of Sierra Madre, but on the entire region. I've seen so many other cities represented here today. So thank you so much for everything you've done, for educating us about wildlife mitigation, risk factors. You've just made such a big impact, and I don't think I can say any more than what's already been said. So on behalf of the 20th Congressional District and Congresswoman Judy Chu, we just want to present a certificate of congressional recognition for all of your hard work and your dedication. Thank you, and congratulations.
Thanks again, Rich. Oh, yes, please. Yeah. You're all here. Come on down. I think Captain Snyder wants a photo or with you.
All the volunteers, come on. Ludwin drove down from San Jose. He's with the San Jose Fire Department. Wow.
Yeah, definitely.
So these are all your volunteers over the years, and they moved on and they've worked. Chuck with LA City, Wilson. I mean, TK. I'll let you guys introduce yourself. TK Amades with the Santa Fe Springs Fire Department. Chris Lowe, of course, captain. Sean with Pasadena Fire Department. April, she was with the paramedic with Sierra Madre, and she and I are working together now. One of my best friends right there is April. Sorry, guys. Ryan with West Covina Fire Department, Todd, captain here for many, many years. Berto, paramedic. You were with LA City for a short term. Yeah, he was with LAPD. Now he's got his fishing charter, so this is how you do it right. With Bob Taylor, one of my first captains way back when. That year, yeah. Ludwin, he's with the San Jose Fire Department, drove down tonight with us. Amazing. And Dave Mashog with the Pasadena Fire Department. So thank you. Oh, and Jay Lopez, another LA County Deputy Chief and very good friend, forester. And I just thank you all guys for being here. And thank you, everybody. Real quick, I gotta introduce my wife and daughter, Dave. Did I introduce Laura back at me?
Thank you, Captain Snyder. So now we're going to have a 10-minute intermission, and then we will resume. I don't know. Is there a reception? Then we'll resume a city business.
Yeah.
cold. Erda. Kind of cold.
And we all jumped out, and we run in there like 12 guys. Just because they're all volunteers.
Robert's good. Cut it. Trying to picture a bunch of Toyotas and Comas rolling.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Thank you for everyone's patience. It's not every day you have a city employee that gives 36 years of their life to a community, so that was really important. I'm glad everybody was here to see that. So now back to city business. Mr. City Attorney, can you please report out from our closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council met in closed session to discuss anticipated litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9 Subdivision B. No reportable action was taken.
Thank you. All right, next on our agenda, moving along, do we have a motion to approve reading and resolutions and ordinances by title only?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, we have one set of minutes. It is the two sets of minutes, rather. February 28th, regular meeting, and the 14th. Do we have any substantive changes to the minutes that need to be made?
No, Mr. Mayor, we did receive edits from Councilmember Parkhurst and Councilmember Lowe with, that were non-substantive changes.
Okay. Anything else from council members from the dais? No? All right, do we have a motion to approve the amended minutes?
Motion to approve amended minutes.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to mayor and city council reports. Does anybody have anything to report? Yes, Councilmember Goss.
I'd like to defer my report to our next meeting.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowe?
On March 2nd, I attended the Planning Commission meeting, and we will hear more of that exciting meeting and all the hard work that the Planning Commission is doing. Speaking of sprinklers, though, and the retirement of Captain Snyder, discussion did come up regarding sprinklers and ADUs, and it was pretty interesting to hear the passion that the Planning Committee has to the safety of Sierra Madre.
Thank you.
Also, on March 4th, we attended with Mayor Garcia and Mayor Pro Tem Krebs and Councilmember Parkhurst the Little League opening ceremonies, including some of you were parents that have been very involved in Little League, and that was really a lot of fun. It's great to see how huge and important our community stands together and works hard to bring such great events and services to Sierra Madre. On March 7th, the 4th of July committee met, and they are diligently planning the 4th of July parade. If anyone would like to volunteer also for that committee, it's the Sierra Madre 4th of July committee. They have upcoming meetings, so you could contact me and I'll set you up there. And then on March 9th, we attended the Library and Community Services Town Hall meeting with Mayor Pro Tem Kelly Krebs hosting, and our Community Services and Library directors also there.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
So yes, I attended the Little League opening ceremony. Also, in Councilmember Lowe's report, we also, I think you were there, the ribbon cutting at Monsieur Crepe. Oh, you weren't there. Okay, so it was Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem were there. Was at the joint town hall, which it was a really good turnout and good discussion that was there. The Senior Commission had their meeting last Thursday. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend, but Chair Crocker, which does a really good job of giving a download. They had a trip to the Gene Autry Museum, had about 12 people there, including my mother-in-law, and Chair Crocker took very good care of her, which I appreciated. It sounded like it was a wonderful event. At the last meeting, they discussed transportation, senior transportation, and it's a really important issue. It's a critical issue, and there's they need some real, they want some real attention on it. They're very concerned. This may be in the mayor's report. They've got the concert in the park coming up for July 30th, the yard sale June 16th, The art show June 15th, just a whole host of really exciting things. They're just doing a great job of bringing the community together. And then there was a Clean Power Alliance meeting, and there's nothing to report from that.
Thank you. Councilmember Reeves.
Well, it seems everyone reported on my activities. I will say that the town hall, the joint town hall at the library, was really well attended, and there was a real excitement to supporting the two of the organizations in town that really do provide such a great number of activities and programming and community building between the community services department and the library. And so they had breakout sessions facilitated by staff, and they will be issuing a report similar to that was produced out of the public safety meeting. And so, folks who attended will get that report, as well as it will be available on the city's website, so you can see all of the great ideas that folks have for developing library programming and improving the services that those departments provide for the city. I will say, with respect to the Little League opening day, it was, I believe, at least the first time in a very long time that the city council was in the parade. I have to say that this is a parade that the participants in the parade outnumber the spectators about 100 to 1. But that being said, thank you to the Little League for inviting us to participate in a heightened way, and also for procuring a very fancy convertible Camaro from the Sierra Chevrolet dealer for us to ride in. So that was really fun.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, and as you said, I think the council reported out a lot of my business with the city. I think between the next meeting, I will have a sanitation district meeting, a COG, supervisors. I don't think the library meets until after the next meeting. So I don't have any reportable business from those usual suspects. But yes, the opening day parade for Little League and the opening day ceremony for girls softball kind of kicks off our kind of beginning of the year of a spirit of volunteerism. So I just applaud everybody that stands up for their community. We just witnessed Captain Snyder, the years of service that he gave for the volunteer fire department. This city, really the cornerstone is the volunteers and the people that step up and get involved. And you're here tonight, so that means that you're involved. So I'm grateful to each and every one of you. And we just need to keep that train rolling into the future so we can, our kids can have a wonderful Sierra Madre as we enjoy here as well. So with that, I do have a few announcements I'd like to read off, and then we will continue. This Sunday, the Wisteria Festival is scheduled, March 19th. We'd encourage you to visit our local shops. They will be open. Crafters and food vendors, and also to enjoy the Sierra Madre Auto Show. On Thursday, March 23rd, the Sierra Madre Fire Department is hosting the SMART program, and that's an acronym, a wildfire home resilience training class. The class helps prepare you for home wildfire. All residents above Grandview, and I will say including Grandview on the north side, are encouraged to participate to receive free curbside vegetation hauling and chipping. Registration is required for this event, and the flyers are in the back. I've taken advantage of this service. It's wonderful. They'll come to your house and either clear your vegetation that you have brought out to the curb, or they'll actually chip it right there in front. It's a great service. And then finally, a reminder that on March 30th, the City Hall will be hosting their town hall meeting here in council chambers. As you know, we are working on our strategic plan for the city, and this is a continuation of that strategic plan, getting the community involved, having our community voice heard within our strategic plan. It will be here in chambers. Registration is required, and you can also find flyers for that event on the back table as well. And with that, that concludes my report and comments. So moving on, now is the time for public comment for items that are not on the agenda. So if this item is on the agenda, please wait until, if you have an item that you want to speak about that's on the agenda, please wait until that item comes up. But if you'd like to speak on an item that is not on the agenda, please fill out a yellow card and provide it to our city clerk. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city did receive one email for items not on the agenda, and that was forwarded to the city council and uploaded to the city's website for transparency.
Was that from Phil Yao?
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Yes, sir. And we have 5 speaker cards for this evening on items not on the agenda. The first name, and I apologize if I butcher this, it's Jerry Mutchin? Matchin?
Not here?
Okay, the next speaker, Mr. Mayor, is Susan Henderson.
Good evening, everyone. Now you're all wondering, what does she want? So, the topic of my addressing you and folks at home is the Wisteria Festival, but everybody has spoken about it already. However, I have some very good news. This is the first time since 2019 that we have had both houses available. The owners they're excited, very cooperative. I've seen the vine. It actually has purple on it. It's blooming. And the forecast, this is the breaking news from the Mountain Views News. It's not going to rain Sunday during the hours of the festival. So, just want everyone to know tickets are available. You can buy them at the bottle shop in person for the shuttles. This is going to be a full house. We have over 75 crafters and vendors in our local organizations. We actually have invited both Measure M Yes and Measure M No to have their own booth free of charge compliments of the chamber so that residents will have the opportunity to hear from them. And we will have the car show. And this year, the mayor will get to choose his favorite car.
Can I enter my car?
You have to talk to Ted Zarif on that. Good one. So that is all, but we hope to see you all on Sunday at the festival. It is so good to have our festival back.
Yes.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henderson.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Robert Jerde.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to share about Measure M with you. It's less than 1 month till everyone receives their mail-in ballots for Measure M. Learn about the issues. Visit the Yes on M Committee and Sierra Madre Neighbors for Fairness and Sierra Madre for Parks and Public Safety booth at the Wisteria Festival next to the Playhouse. What you don't hear from the No on M people is what happens if they stop the Meadows specific plan. The developer will move forward with their already submitted SB 330 project, where they will be allowed to replace the park and other concessions worth $7 million with 8 more houses. So vote yes on M to hold the developer to the development agreement. It's only one issue. Just send in your mail-in ballots. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jerde.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Alex Arrieta.
Mr. Arrieta.
Good evening. The yes for Measure M argument seems designed to threaten voters about the prospect of an even worse construction project if they vote no. It's simple. And I'm speaking to all the residents who are watching on TV right now. It's really important that you get educated about Measure M. It's quite simple. A no vote on Measure M will stop the Meadows at Bailey Canyon project, the Meadows. Stopping the Meadows project is what Sierra Madre is voting on in this election, not what could happen in the future with another potentially worse housing project that is still largely a pipe dream. It's an application. Project has not been approved. So there is one project on the table, the 42 house project, which for all the reasons we've outlined over the last 3 years, is still not a project that's appropriate for this community. The facts are these. A no vote on Measure M will stop construction of the Meadows, a subdivision of 42 oversized multi-million-dollar McMansions on Passionist Retreat Center land. This is something that no other Sierra Madre resident is allowed to do, to totally circumvent our general plan and go with the specific plan, to do essentially what they want, which is to build average 3,900 square foot homes on average 7,800 square foot lots. So you have 42 way oversized homes that do not conform at all to the local community, and the 50 surrounding houses whose average home size is 2,000 square feet on a lot size is 11,000 square foot lots. 50 homes in the surrounding community, only 5 of which are 5-story. The new 42 home development will have 75% 2-story homes. So it does not at all conform. Secondly, the Meadows doesn't conform to our general plan or R1 residential zoning and sets a dangerous precedent for the future developments and doesn't follow the zoning rules that all other residents of Sierra Madre must follow. The Meadows project destroys meadow and wildlife habitat and markedly increases traffic and fire risk and will look nothing like the adjacent neighborhoods. The city and developer negotiated the Meadows behind closed doors and presented it to Sierra Madre residents as a done deal as COVID lockdowns went into effect 3 years ago. Little of significance about the project has changed. We will continue to fight any development in the future that does not adhere to our Sierra Madre general plan and zoning rules. But first, we must defeat the Meadows by voting no. Let's continue to protect Sierra Madre. Vote no on Measure M. We will be at the Mysterio Festival on Sunday to educate you about the facts of Measure M. Vote no on Measure M, preserve our community, and send a message that Sierra Madre residents can't be bought or intimidated by an out-of-town developer. We deserve better. We can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arrieta. Madam City Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, the final speaker card is from Philip Yao.
Hello, I'm Philip Yao. Good evening, Council. Very moving events today. So I'd like to commend you guys for holding that. But, you know, one thing that I want to do, and I don't want to waste too much time, is, you know, it should be held on a special occasions where other people could attend. I'm sure there are a lot of other people that would care, you know, wouldn't care to interrupt the dinner for that. So if you guys could consider a special occasion for those type of events, it might be even a better attended. Okay, anyway, I want to bring up a few items. I'm going to go a little bit faster now to your attention. And particularly for those people that are dialing in over TV or online. First has to do with the Mount Wilson and the Bailey Canyon trails. Really glad that they're being enjoyed by a lot of people and a lot of, you know, out-of-town people as well. But the problem is that it's created a real parking nightmare on the weekends. Furthermore, you know, Sierra Madre Community Foundation and the Fletcher Trail Maintenance Fund are really in need of money to maintain the trails as they have been badly damaged by the recent storms. Okay, so I'm going to propose something to you folks to consider. I really like to see if you guys could entertain putting in paid parking on the weekends. That would be a source of income for those for the maintenance of that trail. Now, of course, then, you know, for the surrounding residents, they'll have to have exemption stickers, but that could be done pretty easily. So my recommendation is to put self-serve parking kiosks, and there might be another revenue stream because some people are going to violate that and they're going to have to be issued citations. Okay. My gosh, 120. Okay, so let me go quickly then. Second item I want to bring up is that Huntington Beach has filed a lawsuit against the state of California, and that's regarding the unreasonable high-density housing mandates by the state. I really appreciate that. I look at it and say, hey, those elected officials are really standing up for their constituents. Just food for thought, throwing it out there for you folks, okay? Statistically, there are 92, let me back up a little bit. I made some calls to local residents regarding Measure M. And I did get, in fact, one person responding back that says I had overestimated or exaggerated the development size. Well, it is not. In fact, I will just read off with a few seconds to spare that of the 42 homes, 31 of them would be 2-story. 11 of them single-story. 17 of them will be 3,775 square feet, 15 at 3,650, and 10 will be at 3,200. So along with the data that Mr. Arietta had put up, these exceed our neighborhood size homes by anywhere from 60 to 75%, depending on whether you use the low number.
If you could wrap it up, Mr. Yao.
Or the average number. So that's something that most people may not be aware of.
Thank you, Mr. Yao.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Any more speaker cards, Madam City Clerk?
That was the final speaker card, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Moving on, excuse me, to the consent calendar. We have 4 items. Madam City Clerk, could you read those by title only?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This evening, the City Council is being asked to consider 4 items. Item A is consideration of Resolution 23-22, approving city warrants in the aggregate amount of $185,427.49, library warrants in the amount of $5,375.91, and payroll transfer in the amount of $446,366.29. It is item B is consideration of the general plan annual progress report, and the recommendation is to receive and file. There are no CEQA findings to the preparation of this report. Item C is a consideration of Resolution 23-24, electing to be subject to the Public Employees Medical and Hospital Care Act at an equal amount for employees and annuitants with respect to a recognized employee organization, 005 Sierra Madre Professional Firefighters Association, and it is recommended that the City Council approve Resolution 23-24. And lastly, consideration of Resolution 23-23 is adopting the fiscal year 22-23 budget adjustments and appropriating the amounts projected. It is recommended that the City Council adopt and approve the fiscal year budget adjustments. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. So let's bring it back to council to see if we have any questions on those 4 items. Anything on item A? Item B? C? And D?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Parkers, please.
So on item D, on the budget, in the general fund, I think it's table 2, page 3 of the report, our elected and appointed budget is basically doubling between the original budget and the amended budget. Is that correct? And can you tell us, Director Guerrero-Leon, I'll get it better, I promise. What it goes into that number? I guess it's the 451,650.
Yeah, sure. So for the elected and appointed budget, it's an increase of 451,000, and 400,000 of it is for the special election estimated cost.
Do you have a follow-up on that?
No, that's doubling that budget, so that's, okay. No.
Okay.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Any more questions while we have the Director up here? No? Okay. Thank you. Let's bring it back to the public. Do we have any speaker cards for items on the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor, no speaker cards were received for the consent calendar.
All right. Or what about emails?
And no emails.
I didn't think so. All right, thank you. All right, bring it back to council. Do we have any discussion on these items before we move to a vote?
Just a quick comment.
Yes, please.
Item D. Because we have so much rain, we've used a lot less water, which is a good thing, except that it's also depleted our water revenue as a consequence. So this mid-year report reflects that. We're a little bit more strained on our water fund. So I guess good news is bad news and vice versa. And I just wanted to point out, and I'm glad you raised the question, that we were in pretty darn good shape if it hadn't been for the need for this special election, which we're putting together in the month of May. So very costly. I hope people are paying attention.
Yes, seeing the cost, I hope that we encourage our residents to go out and vote. Please vote on this item. Okay.
Quick comment on C. I just want to congratulate our city staff at analyzing the need to keep all of our different entities equal, and appreciate the increase of the Sierra Madre Firefighters Association employee medical and hospital going up to equal everybody else in the city.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowe. Any more comments on the consent?
One more.
Yes, please.
And another thing I noticed in the budget adjustment, in an internal services funds, it looks like we're purchasing another plug-in hybrid electric vehicle, and I'm very pleased to see that we're reducing our fossil fuel use. And someday I hope we can drop the P and the H from that and make them just EVs. But it's good progress to see the plug-ins. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? All right.
With that, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Councilmember
Or consent
Parkhurst.
items, excuse me.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda? Aye?
Aye.
Aye. Carries unanimously. Thank you. So moving on, we did approve a change in the agenda at the beginning of the meeting. So we're in front of the public hearing. We are going to have our discussion item, which is the informational report on idling vehicles. And I believe we have Management Intern Norwood. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. In July of 2022, Councilmember Parkhurst requested that staff look into pursuing an ordinance for idling vehicles. After further research, staff found that there is one California state law against idling vehicles, Title 13 of the California Code of Regulations, Section 2485, otherwise known as the Airborne Toxic Control Measure. This law states that a driver of a diesel-fueled vehicle with a gross vehicle weight rating of more than 10,000 pounds may not idle the vehicle's primary diesel engine for more than 5 consecutive minutes at any location. The purpose of this law is to reduce public exposure to diesel particulate matter and other air contaminants. Exceptions to this law are listed in Section D of 13 CCR, Section 2485, that of which include the vehicle idling when it must remain motionless in traffic, idling to verify the vehicle is in safe operating conditions, and idling while in the course of providing services for which the vehicle is designed for. After further research, staff found that the most common types of construction vehicles used in the city are a backhoe, which weighs about 24,000 pounds, a front-end loader, which weighs about 12,000 pounds, and a dump truck, which weighs about 26,000 pounds. Based on these findings, staff recommends that rather than creating our own idling ordinance, 13 CCR Section 2485 shall be a clause added to every public works and planning and community development contract/permit that would involve these types of oversized vehicles being used in the city. This can be seen in the attachment of the contract that has been created. This clause must be acknowledged by any contractor/vendor who does work with oversized vehicles in the city. This law and contract will be enforced by the Sierra Madre Police Department, both penally and contractually. The enforcement language is located in Section F, 13 CCR, Section 2485, and states that this section may be enforced by peace officers as defined in the California Penal Code. Our goal is to convey to contractors that we enforce this law and they will have to apply these idling restrictions to their oversized equipment. If in the future at any time we determine that an ordinance needs to be created for vehicles weighing under 10,000 pounds, those steps can be taken to where code enforcement and the SMPD can enforce such ordinance. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Intern Norwood. Do we have any questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
First, that was a really good staff report, and you anticipated my questions, so I have a lot less to ask. Can you give us are there any examples, and I don't know if Director Semino's here, if you can't answer it, because I wouldn't expect you to know this, can you give us good examples of equipment that's over 10,000 pounds? Are there things that you know that are under 10,000?
Not that I know of. I don't know if Chris.
And maybe Director Semino can come to the rescue here. Quick question, Director Semino, as you're coming up. My question was, management analyst Norwood gave us a really good rundown of equipment that is over 10,000 pounds. Can you give us some examples of the types of vehicles that would be under 10,000 that we might see? We heard the backhoe, we heard dump trucks, that's fantastic. What are some of the things, like are the little Bobcats, I assume those are under 10,000, just so that, as people are walking around town and looking at these things, we've got an idea of what is and what isn't covered under this program.
So, I didn't go over the program too much with analyst Norwood, but equipment is a little bit different. Equipment can be regulated by our contracts. Weight of equipment is really difficult. I don't know weight of equipment, but equipment can be easily regulated more so than a vehicle.
Got it.
And then vehicles now on big construction projects are having mechanisms installed in those engines to shut them off after 5 minutes of idle time by their company themselves. And then big equipment has that feature on them also. So,
but some of
the
the
big vehicles.
But some of the rented equipment wouldn't have that,
Rented
right?
equipment, and equipment doesn't normally have that either.
Yeah.
When it's a diesel vehicle, the maintenance of a diesel vehicle, they want that engine to run more often than not. So.
Got it. All right. Thank you both very, very much. That's all they're all my questions.
Thank you. And the code, the California code is specific to large diesel vehicles. Councilman Parkhurst, did you have any concern about gasoline, or is it mainly the diesel engines that?
I think it's more the diesel, because those are the ones that are the actual equipment. They're typically louder. There are more particulates in it. They're typically smellier. So that was where kind of my mind was going. But I'm open to discussion on others. But I want to thank the staff for putting this together.
Yeah, I think it was a great report as well. Any other questions for staff? Okay, so let's move on to public comment. Once again, please fill out a yellow card if you have public comment on this discussion item. Madam City Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we did not receive any emails or public comment speaker cards for this item.
Okay, let's bring it back to council for discussion. Any further discussion on this item? Mayor Pro Tem?
It seems to me that, I agree that we don't need to create a local ordinance if we're covered by state law in certain instances, but it seems to me that we don't have to have something be prohibited by law to have certain requirements in our contracts. So to the extent that we think that, the law that only applies to vehicles, diesel fueled vehicles over a certain weight, which I think gets at, clears out a huge swath, but to the extent that we think that doesn't actually cover other potential idling equipment or vehicles that don't qualify, I don't think there's any reason why we couldn't also include that, prohibition in our contracts. We wouldn't have a code enforcement mechanism, but we would have a contractual mechanism. And so I don't know what people think about that.
Thank you for that. I know this is a receive and file. There's no action, but I think we can give direction to staff of things we would like, and I think that's a good point. If we're drawing up contracts with our contractors to work for our city on our behalf, I think that would be a good clause to have in our contracts.
Yeah, I think it's obviously subject to whether we actually think that's a problem. This may actually cover, a high percentage of the issue, and we maybe don't need to go further, but the folks on the ground would know the facts, and it seems to me like a good tool to have, particularly in a big project where there might be lots of equipment that you might not identify up front.
Yeah. Do we have anybody from staff that can speak to that? Whether or not it would, I guess it was part of the question that I think Councilman Parkhurst had, but
if I may add, I think it's an interesting, if you've got smaller projects, a home remodel where you've got to have some big equipment to do some digging or something like that, that's great. That's going to be a small impact versus when we have some of the larger projects that we see coming down. I think, even there, I think that's where we could have a much bigger impact. You could have lots of small equipment that would fall under this that may be worth considering. So maybe it's the size of a job, too, that we might consider.
I think this would just be for city. That we wouldn't be imposing this upon private residents. This would be city contracts.
Good point. Yes. And so I guess
Okay.
Unless you're thinking
No,
within
no,
the
I was-
permitting process.
No, I was just thinking city projects, so
Okay.
thank you for that correction.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any more discussion on this item before we go to public hearings? Okay, so no vote necessary. This is a receive and file. Thank you, Management Intern Norwood and Director Semino. Okay. So tonight we have three public hearings in front of us. The first public hearing, we are hearing from Associate Planner Wolf.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, the Council will be introducing for first reading by title only, ordinance number 1465, amending Chapter 17.22, accessory dwelling units of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code. Just for a bit of background, the last update to this ordinance was last year in May, and that was for compliance with state law. Subsequent to that, the state passed Senate Bill 897 and Assembly Bill 2221, and that was part of a whole package of other housing bills. That became effective on January 1st, and subsequent to that, Planning Commission discussed those changes, and on March 2nd, they recommended updates to be adopted by City Council. So just to review some of the notable changes of the state law, for ADUs that meet certain criteria of development, there is no longer a front yard setback. There's also relaxed height limitations on certain ADUs. If they're attached to an existing single-family house, they have an allowed height up to 25 feet. And for other projects in the city, on existing multifamily, multi-story developments, an ADU can be proposed at 18 feet in height. Also, I'd like to welcome the council to stop me at any point. The state law also refines the application review process, which gives the city a 60-day timeline, which was already in place, but staff had also recommended a timeline imposed on applicants to submit any updates to their application as comments given by staff are provided within 1 year from the date of those comments.
Thank you, Planner Wolf, and I think that's probably a good way to, if we interject while we're on a slide rather than kind of stumbling back and forth. That first point, and I hate to even bring it up, but I know that not that many people are watching, but it's my understanding that you can put an ADU in your the front of your property. What's the setback rule as far as that's concerned for state law?
So prior to the January 1st, 2023 updates, anyone could put a ADU in the front yard as long as it complied with the underlying zone requirements. Typically, that was a 25-foot setback. And as long as that 25-foot setback was met, with other projections being allowed into that front yard setback, such as front porches, it could be permitted. Now, there is a 0-foot front yard setback.
Okay, and that's state law?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So there were other changes. So we've seen state law come in and affect the ADU law annually, so we take the opportunity annually to do some cleanup, do some refinement of the code, and just enhance it as much as possible for the benefit of residents. So an informational section was added to inform anyone reading that code to clarify any common misconceptions that are often found by residents that we see as staff. We also codified the application material requirements that we had been holding as a longstanding policy for application material requirement. And then there was some other general cleanup, and that just had to do with correcting what was referred to as defensible space to be what is currently established as hazardous brush mitigation. That about sums up the changes to the ADU ordinance, and tonight the City Council may introduce for first reading by title only, ordinance number 1465, amending Chapter 17.22 of Title 17 of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code. City Council may conduct the first reading with modifications, deny the ordinance, or continue consideration of ordinance 1465, providing direction to staff. And it is recommended City Council introduce for first reading ordinance number 1465. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Planner Wolf. All right, let's bring it back to council. Do we have any questions for the planner?
You asked the one I had.
Councilmember Lowe, yes.
When I was attending the Planning Commission, which your presentation was really effective and understandable, so thank you. There was also some other changes involving sprinklers and other things that are allowed now with ADUs that were not allowed prior that the Planning Commission wanted to address. Can you also state some of the other changes that took place that involve ADUs regarding safety? And for instance, can you highlight what that was again for the sprinkler systems? What was prior in an established building that's new built versus what an ADU does not have to be required to have?
So what's happening in state law is it's really clarifying ways that it's just trying to promote development of ADUs as much as possible and reduce barriers. And I think that the state sees fire sprinklers as a barrier to ADU development. So they're actually trying to ease that barrier a bit. So the state law, what it does is say, you know, if an ADU is proposed and the existing residence does not have fire sprinklers, the city cannot require installation of fire sprinklers on the primary dwelling, thus then requiring fire sprinkler installation on the accessory dwelling unit, which I suppose was a loophole back before 2023, which we had not seen, but we knew was not the intention of state law in any case. Right now, and in 2023 with new state law, the ADU can be required to install fire sprinklers if any part of it is back 150 feet or more from the front property line, if the primary dwelling already has fire sprinklers, and I believe those are the only two instances I can think of.
And the point of that was being a previous firefighter that also went through fire prevention classes is that if you can't get the hose line that far back, then they would have to have sprinklers. But prior in any other build, you would have to have sprinkler systems. So thank you. That was brought up and questioned. If we could adopt, because we can't change state law, the question then I was asking was, can we change our coding? We can't, because we can't supersede state law.
Thank you for that. Could you just give us a little bit more explanation on the relaxed height? I wasn't at that meeting, but we have the 25 feet for existing dwellings, but that is only for attached, or can it be detached as well?
So if an ADU is proposed attached to the primary dwelling, whether that primary dwelling is proposed or existing, it can match in height up to 25 feet. If the ADU is proposed detached from a building, typically its height limit is going to be 16 feet when it's proposed on a single family development. If it's proposed on an existing multifamily development that is also a multi-story development, then it can be up to 18 feet in height.
So if it's not already an existing multi-story home, that ADU can only be a single-story ADU, or can it still be up to the 18 feet?
Attached or detached?
Single family or multifamily?
Yeah, well, I'm talking single. I'm contemplating a single family detached. Yes.
So on a single family detached, whether the existing residence is single family or I'm sorry, single story or two story, its height limitation is 16 feet.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions for the planner? Thank you. This is a public hearing, so I'd like to open up the public hearing to public comment. Same rules. Please fill out a yellow card if you haven't already. Turn it into our city clerk. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Mr. Mayor, there are no emails or speaker cards for this item.
Okay. That makes it a little easier and quicker. Bring it back to council for discussion. Any discussion here before we move forward with the motion?
State law, right? So
yeah.
I don't think there's
as much we can do about it. I think to Councilmember Lowe's point is, even if we, it was a good discussion at Planning Commission, and looks like this is what we got to do.
Yeah, and I like the idea, we've had discussions, and I don't know where we are in the process of having a plan behind the planning desk, because that would incentivize, something that would actually do well with our community. So hopefully that's still in the works.
Yeah, I would suggest that's even more important now if people can build them in their front yard with zero setback, because that would be the first thing you would see, not the, rear extra building or side extra building. So I do think that that's maybe heightened importance given this change in law.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly.
I know it's on the planning director's list. I think maybe it just moves up in priority.
I think the planning department's been busy.
Yes, very much.
Yeah. Any more discussion? If not, I'd like to entertain a motion.
Move to introduce for first reading ordinance number 1465, amending chapter 1722 of Title 17 of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving on.
And he's back.
He's back, yes. Our second public hearing, we have a presentation from Planner Wolf.
Hello again. And for the second public hearing, council will be considering a first reading for ordinance number 1466, amending various chapters of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code. And just to save my breath, there's quite a lot of chapters. The purpose of this ordinance is for clarification to the language of our code, clarification of its intent, correction to cross-references that are incorrect, enhancing its legibility, and addressing some minor inconsistency. So again, these changes affect all of these sections of our code, and the bulk of what's being changed has to do with changing the term development services, which there is no Department of Development Services in the city anymore, to the now Planning and Community Preservation Department. And the bulk of those changes that I just described are all of those chapters on the left hand of that column. More in the planning department's wheelhouse is what's on the right-hand column is Title 17 zoning of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code. So I'm just referring to all of this as various chapters. For clarification of language, an example of that would be, as I just described, correcting the antiquated development services to planning and community preservation. And in other situations, there's another example is changing what used to be referred to as R3. We no longer have an R3 zone alone, it's now R313. And other technical cases is R320 and R330. Clarification of intent, just by example, there is not an explicitly stated section in our residential hillside zone for a standard of covered parking, though it is by reference, but we wanted to make that explicitly obvious to people and residents seeking development in the hillside residential zone that covered parking is a requirement. For correction to code references, this has to do with various broken references. For example, as I stated in the ADU ordinance, we had a section referring to hazardous brush mitigation. Other examples in this refer to what we had as an RP zone, now should be updated to RE, which is Residential Entrepreneur Overlay. Has the same effect, but it just has a different name now. And in terms of enhancing legibility, there's a lot of places in our code where we have just long paragraphs which can be broken out to be more easily digested into kind of just subsets where residents may find what's more appropriate to their development project and kind of filter out what's not appropriate. It just kind of helps legibility as well. And just to address the minor inconsistency, for example, there is a definition in our code in Title 17 for secretary. What the change does is just simply assign the duties of a secretary of the Planning Commission when that position is otherwise vacant. And then we're also recapturing all of the definitions that seem to not have been codified by Ordinance 1431 for the commercial code update. That, by the way, also includes the westerly 2/3 of East Montecito into the definition of a main commercial street. So tonight, before the City Council, the options are to introduce by first reading, and for first reading by title only, Ordinance 1466, amending those various chapters of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code, conduct for first reading Ordinance 1466 with modifications, deny the ordinance, or continue the consideration of ordinance, providing direction to staff. And it is recommended that the City Council introduce for first reading by title only Ordinance number 1466, amending various chapters to the Sierra Madre Municipal Code. And that concludes my presentation, and I know I didn't welcome the council to stop me at any point, but I would entertain them to go back to any slide and ask questions as necessary.
Thank you, Planner Wolf. There seemed to be a lot more redlining than blue words, so I think there was a lot of that cleanup. So let's bring it back to council for any questions we have. Yes.
Mayor, the city attorney's office would like to introduce one other edit that didn't make it into the list of edits you saw there. It's actually to a code provision before you, section 5.56.100. The title is massage business or establishment suspension, revocation, or restriction of or cause. It currently references the Director of Development Services. The proposed amendment by Planner Wolf is going to amend that to say the Planning and Community Preservation Director. The City Attorney's Office recommends that actually be changed to the City Manager or his or her designee, so that we can appoint an independent hearing officer to the extent we need to for administrative hearings dealing with the suspension, revocation, or restriction of a massage parlor's zoning clearance.
So you're recommending redlining of director of, and then continuing that through the blue words, planning and community preservation, and have it read which the city manager's office or city manager?
It should strike that title completely and say, should say the city manager or his or her designee may conduct a public hearing at which the city manager or his or her designee orders any zoning clearance required by this chapter, etc. And same edit for the third reference to Director of Development Services.
Okay.
Another issue for the City Council to consider at this time, if they would like, is that last line that reads, notwithstanding any other provision of this code to the contrary, the decision of the Director of Development Services may be appealed consistent with the requirements of Chapter 17.66, which means if it was appealed, it would come before the council. And I offer to the council for their consideration whether or not they want something that is potentially considered by an administrative hearing officer to come before the council on appeal, or to go directly for the appellant to file suit directly with the court.
Yes, please.
So in other words, that would not, it's almost like the mediation clause that gets entered in some contracts where they would have to come before us before it gets sent to court. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so generally speaking, a decision of the Planning Commission gets appealed to the City Council, and a decision of the Planning Director gets appealed to the Planning Commission, which then might get appealed to the City Council. Here what we're proposing is striking that language entirely so that the administrative hearing officer makes his or her determination, and if the appellant doesn't like it, they can go directly to the court system.
Is that just for massages, or is that for
it would be just for the massage businesses, correct?
So I'm assuming that the revocation, suspension, or restriction is generally due to some type of criminal allegation, and therefore probably wouldn't be within the purview of the council, probably better figured out in court.
Right. There's either some criminal component to it or some violation of our own municipal code.
Makes sense to me.
And this is 5630A, is that right?
Section 5.
We're kind of getting in discussion here, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right.
I started it. My apologies. This is a public hearing, so before we get too far into discussion, I'd like to hear from the public.
Well,
Okay.
I do have
A question, yeah.
Yeah. So this is tangential to what we've got in front of us, but I think it helps to frame some things in my mind at least. So at the beginning of this, it mentioned the special plan for the British home. And so since we've been talking a lot about special plans recently, how many special plans do we have? Can we just get a quick summary of what special plans we already have in this city?
So besides the British Home specific plan, there is the Kensington specific plan, and there is the senior housing on Esperanza as a specific plan.
So we currently have 3 existing special plans in the city, and those are all in compliance with our general plan as well.
That is correct.
Okay. So when we talk about, well, I'll leave it there. I'll stop.
Thank you, Councilmember Parkhurst. Any other questions for staff? No? Thank you, Planner Wolf.
Thank you.
Let's open up this public hearing to public comment.
Mr. Mayor, there are no emails or speaker cards on this topic.
Okay. Seeing none, we are closing public comment and public hearing. Let's bring it back to council for discussion, if we have any.
So I just wanted to follow up
Yes,
and
please.
clarify. So the changes that we were making for massage therapists, just so I'm clear, is 5.56.30, 030. Is that correct?
No, it's 5.56.100.
Oh, that's right. Okay. I'm now with it. Thank you. Okay.
And this is only contemplating, it's not like in-home services. This would be a brick and mortar establishment that someone would go to.
Correct.
Yes, okay. Yeah, I think we should have a little discussion about that. I mean, is it our preference to have it circumvent the council and goes directly to a legal remedy in court?
I have a question before we get there,
Yeah.
if you don't mind. Can you explain? You said it would be a administrative. What term did you use? Administrative officer.
So in the past, what's happened is the planning director would serve as the hearing officer. The concern there among some people is that they claim the planning director is biased. So through changing it through this means, having the city manager his or her designee, the city manager can contract with an independent hearing officer who does this for a living, and we can have that hearing officer sit in on this revocation hearing so that there wouldn't be any allegation of bias.
And these are essentially like magistrate type people. I mean, who are the what is their authority? They're just sort of independent, not mediators, but decision makers.
Right. So we don't currently have a contract with any of these parties, but some examples can include, for example, having an agreement, some kind of MOU with the sister city to say, provide us your development director every time we have a hearing, and we'll provide you ours. Or we can contract directly with the Office of Administrative Hearings, who provides for hire administrative law judges.
All right,
some
well, that's helpful. I just kind of, I actually wondered if it was someone from PD when you called them an officer. So it's helpful to sort of have a sense of who we're talking about.
It's very helpful. I like the idea of having some kind of reciprocity with another municipality in order to curb some of the costs and potentially not pay somebody. Yeah.
And then you're not going to the courts, right? It is an administrative hearing versus a judicial.
No,
But if there's an appeal, then it would then go to the court.
The question is whether the appeal from that person's decision would come to council or would go to court. I'm actually fully in favor of not intervening in that process. I don't think personally, I don't feel well suited to determine, criminal violations or code violations in that way.
Yes. Councilmember Goss, please.
So what would trigger this? We're not going to use our own personnel. We're going to bring someone else in. What's the threshold?
I believe it's just for
Threshold.
it was just for an appeal on this issue. Right?
Just that specific issue. Right?
Just for massage establishments, and city staff would still be present. So either myself or somebody else would serve as the prosecutor on behalf of the city, prosecuting the case. We still have code enforcement staff present, our police staff present, that we can call as witnesses.
For that.
I'm in favor of that.
Sure.
accept that change, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Before we vote on
Yes.
just this specifically, I just wanted to say that, to thank the planning staff and city staff. This is a thankless job. I mean, this is how much, they had to go through to make relatively ministerial, not at all exciting changes. So thank you for your diligence and your work on this, because I'm sure, like I said, it wasn't the most exciting task. So thank you for that.
I was just gonna comment on how cruel Associate Planner Wolf is for making me read all this.
Mayor, if I
That's a
may
lot.
add,
Please.
Employee of the Year, Associate Planner.
I didn't know if that was,
Oh, yes.
I didn't know if that was public knowledge or not, so I
Congratulations.
didn't want to say anything, but yes, well deserved. And that's an award given by the peer, or nominated by his peers, correct? That holds special weight. Okay. I think we're gonna have an interesting motion, but do we have a motion here?
I move to approve for first reading General Cleanup Ordinance 1466, amending various chapters of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code as further amended via discussion this evening.
Sounds good. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, moving on. I think while you're all here, or most of you, some people are just always here. But
Lots of people are here about the cleanup ordinance.
yes, that's what I was thinking, but nobody came up for public comment, so. Okay, so we're on our third public hearing, in which I believe, other than future agenda items, will be our last item on the agenda, which we got to pretty quickly given the night. So I believe we are having a presentation by Planning Community Preservation Director Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a very brief oral presentation today. Just wanted to go over kind of a summation of what occurred at your last meeting, which we heard from the appellant, Keith and Kristen Stephens, and their attorney, Jason Sanders. They were the first to present under that meeting that was held on February 1st. That meeting was continued to March 14th to allow Alverno Heights Academy to provide a rebuttal to the claims of the appellant. And also wanted to mention that on February 22nd, we were contacted by Alverno Heights Academy. We participated in a Zoom meeting with them, and that's where they informed staff that the upper campus, the all-girls school, was closing effective June 2nd, 2023, due to declining trends of enrollment. It was also expressed by Alverno that they intend to continue to pursue the entitlements for the master plan amendment, and that the lower school campus will now migrate to the existing classroom buildings of the upper school. We were also informed that Alverno intends to increase its enrollment for the lower school, comprised of the middle school and TK through 5th grade, I believe, for a total of 275 students. They still would also like to reserve 125 student body for future high school. Remaining inclusive of all of this, the maximum enrollment for the capacity of the school remains at 400 students, which is controlled under the current 2011 master plan amendment. I also wanted to point out that the city cannot control the age or gender demographic of the school students, that such a limitation would likely constitute a substantial burden on their exercise of their religious beliefs under Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act. As I mentioned before, I also wanted to mention it again, that being the appeal body, you do have the opportunity to impose any new conditions of approval that you see fit, and also to strengthen the public record. And as a reminder, At our last meeting, we did just that in conditional use permit number 5. We added a couple of findings to condition number 5 that strengthened the record regarding consistency with the general plan. We also entertained a new condition number 11. That condition that is before you in your resolution has also been modified. Staff also had met with the appellants in a Zoom meeting as well, and they also offered up additional modifications to condition number 11. That's included at the dais as a synopsis. Also, I provided you at the dais both the March 9th and the most current March 14th amendments. And
Director
those
Gonzalez,
will,
I'm sorry, condition 11, could you give us what that reference is again?
so for condition number 11, it's basically regulation of the Mitchell-Enda parking lot.
Thank you.
Okay. And if you have any specific questions at this point, I just wanted to remind the council that the alternatives that are before you this evening is you may affirm the approval of the Planning Commission, taking no further action. You can modify the Planning Commission's decision to strengthen the administrative record and add any conditions you see fit. That's also before you in your current resolution. And you can also refer the matter back to the Planning Commission to address impacts on noise and traffic resulting from the closure of the upper school and possible expansion of the lower school enrollment. And you can also deny the conditional use permit and direct staff to prepare a City Council resolution citing those reasons for denial. If you don't have any further questions, we could hear from the applicant.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is a continuation of a public hearing that we did start, not last meeting, but 2 meetings ago. We're required to come up with a decision within 30 days per the code. So we're at, I think, day 28 right now. So we are continuing this public hearing. We did hear from the Stevens, the appellants, 2 meetings ago, but now I'd like to have an opportunity to invite the applicant up to give us a presentation. And then following that, I want to give opportunities for rebuttals and sur-rebuttals. But if we could keep those rebuttals specific to what has been discussed previously, rather than keeping it broad and going, if there's only one item that's talked about the rebuttal, the sur-rebuttal can only be to that item. Is that fair to the appellant and the applicant? Yes. Understood? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Garcia and council members. My name's Ken Farsing. I'm the president of the Alverno Board of Trustees. We appreciate the council continuing the master plan appeal from the February 14th meeting. The Alverno Heights Board of Trustees announced on February 21st that due to declining enrollment, we needed to close our all-girls upper school in June. This has been a very difficult decision. The school's going to lose 110 students and over 22 faculty members. The administration has been working with the students and their families to find new schools, and the Catholic community in the San Gabriel Valley has been very helpful. And also our administration has been working with the faculty to assist them in finding new teaching positions. As difficult as this decision has been to close the upper school, it presents an opportunity to address the concerns raised by the appellant concerning student activities in the Mitchell-Enda lot. Alverno desires to conclude the master plan for the lower school. It's hard to believe that we're here tonight because of children at recess and at play. And we believe as a school we've offered reasonable solutions. In an abundance of caution, the city staff's recommending that the appeal be referred to the Planning Commission. We will work with the city staff to provide the requested studies and information. This process will require additional time. We were hoping that the school could construct a temporary sports court, which would help mitigate the noise concerns. However, the sports court will need to wait until the master plan amendment is approved. Now, Alverno Heights Academy was first approved in 1959 as an all-girls school of 500 students. The outdoor student recreational uses included softball, basketball, volleyball, tennis. The historic use of the Mitchell-Linda lot included special events, school assemblies, and religious ceremonies such as Mary's Day. The parking lot is used for safety demonstrations by the Sierra Madre Fire Department and a student and faculty gathering space in the event of a public safety emergency such as an earthquake or fire. The master plan was last amended in 2011 and included proposing construction of a multi-purpose building and the enlargement of the Mitchell-Linda lot to accommodate parking for the multi-purpose building, a multi-purpose field which was completed in 2018, and internal campus improvements which we've been continuing to implement. The city approved the lower school modulars in 2020 with the condition that the school amend the 2011 master plan. Now, the school complied with the staff request and filed an amendment. The Planning Commission carefully considered the master plan amendment over 5 public hearings. The major commission discussion, or one of them, centered on the noise from the outdoor student recreational uses on the Mitchell-Linda lot. During the hearing process, the school proposed constructing a temporary sports court as a noise mitigation measure. It would be in the location of the proposed permanent sports courts. The commission adopted this proposal, and the court would be completed within 18 months of the approval of the master plan as the school's first capital improvement priority. The appellants raised the concern that the commission had not adopted an operational condition on the Mitchell-Linda lot, and the school recognized this as a valid concern, and we proposed an operational condition, and city staff has recommended the city council could add condition number 11 to the resolution. Just some key bullet points. The condition would designate the main use of the Mitchell-Linda lot for vehicles and vehicle access. There is a map that you have there, a site plan that can basically help you get oriented to the campus. So if you wanted to take a look at that, I think it's helpful. You can see the Mitchell-Linda lot up in the top left-hand corner, which would be the northwest portion of the campus. The sports courts would be down in the very lower portion of the campus toward Highland, south of the villa. And then we have our current multi-purpose field, which is located in the southeast portion of the campus. Now, what we're proposing is the majority of recesses in our PE classes for 5th through 8th grades would move to the multi-purpose field or alternative spaces on the campus, which we have a number there, as you can see. The lunches would be moved to the cafeteria. They'd no longer be in the Mitchell-Linda lot. And they would be also, we have 3 lunch areas that are in the central campus. You can see them called out there. There would be no assemblies in the parking lot except for public safety assemblies and in the event of emergency. There would be no use of amplification. There would be no third-party rental with the exception of valid film permits issued by the city. There would be some basketball and volleyball practices and games. PE classes, it would primarily be for our 5th and 8th grade play area. But again, as I'll explain, we rotate. There would be no nighttime practices or games. The majority of the practices and games would be scheduled on the new sports court once it's completed. Now, it's important to point out that outdoor recreation activities are rotated to multiple areas of our campus in consideration of the neighbors. This rotation limits the amount of time any group or students are playing in any one area. Lunchtime and recesses are also staggered between the grade levels, so the entire student body is not at lunch or at recess at any one time. Now, Alverno is a member of the Catholic Youth Organization, where the lower school students have games with parish schools and other similar independent schools. Alverno offers PE classes and team sports in order to provide a well-rounded Catholic education and to remain competitive with the athletics offered by other independent schools. Now, Alverno wanted to point out there's a couple of misunderstandings in the staff report and also in Vincent's comment is that the lower school is a TK through 8th grade, not through 5th. That's the current TK through 8th, so that would remain the same. Now, page 2 of the staff report states that Alverno desires to increase the enrollment to 275 lower school students, and while that's our kind of intermediate goal within the next few years, and then it says while reserving the remaining enrollment capacity for 125 future high school students. We really desire at this point to retain the 400 student enrollment capacity, but we want to retain flexibility to increase the enrollment of the lower school, and we're not sure about the high school. The city attorney has pointed out, and Vincent pointed out, the city cannot regulate the age of gender of students under LUPA, but there's also a California Government Code section 65008A1A that basically prohibits the city from imposing age or gender restrictions on a land use decision. Now again, we want to thank you for your understanding during this very difficult time in Alverno's history. We remain committed to working with the city staff and the neighbors on reasonable solutions. Alverno has been a valued member of the Sierra Madre community for 63 years and will continue to provide a quality Catholic education to our students and to continue to serve the Sierra Madre and greater San Gabriel Valley communities. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you had any.
Thank you, Mr. Farsing. So yeah, if council has any questions now, before we invite the appellants up, it would be a good time while they're fresh in your mind. Please.
Thank you for your presentation. Just a couple of questions arising. You note that you had intended to construct the temporary sports court. Could you let us know sort of where you are in that process, and have you, where you are in that process?
Well, we've had meetings and we've talked with our parent organization, the Alverno PTA. They're very excited about the project and they really wanted to start a capital campaign. We didn't see the sense of starting a campaign until we had an approved master plan. So we haven't started it. The information's getting out to the parents and they're excited by it.
So no scoping in terms of budget or?
We do have some scoping. As I explained to the city manager, the scoping we did was a couple of years ago, so the cost estimates could be inflated, but we're thinking in terms of the temporary court, it'd probably be about $150,000 to $170,000. We have to install stormwater controls, which we've done, for our athletic field and also for the modular classrooms. So these new stormwater requirements add additional cost to it.
So following up on that, sorry, that includes the stormwater abatement, that includes grading, that includes the surfacing, that includes removal of the trees and all that. That cost?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. You're not paying prevailing wage like we have to do for the city.
And it'd be asphalt surface, so it's not like a special surface. It's really intended to be temporary, and then as we do a major fundraising campaign, we would then do more permanent installation.
I'm sorry.
But it was really a way to deal with the neighbors' concerns.
And then in terms of timing, what was your sort of estimate in terms of, beginning to end, in terms of groundbreaking to finish?
Well, you're talking in terms of getting in the plans, developing plans and getting them to the city, the turnaround, all of that. And then the construction, we figured it'd probably be a good 6 months easily. By the time we got through plan check, went out to bid, got the construction. We like to construct during the summer, so when a lot of kids aren't on the campus, there's not conflicts with heavy equipment. So we were basically trying to figure out how to do it during the summer.
If I can follow up on that. So you're asking us to send it back to the Planning Commission, get the Planning Commission to approve it, get the permits in place, and build it before school starts next year?
No, I think that's probably impossible.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was clear, because it sounded to me like
nice, but probably won't happen.
So taking that into account, you're asking us to take it back to the Planning Commission, and you need to do a capital campaign. You're saying 6 months to develop it, but that doesn't sound like what's a realistic time frame? Because 6 months doesn't sound like that. Based on what we just talked about, that doesn't sound like 6 months.
We had proposed to the Planning Commission 18 months, that we'd have it done within 18 months of the approval. So that would allow us to do the capital campaign, there were probably some things the school would do during the capital campaign, which would be the engineering and all of that, basically move forward to get the planning done. So we're not going to do things in a linear fashion. We'll try to, do it where we can, logical things that we can do and to speed it up.
Did you have more questions?
You can go ahead. I do, but you can.
Okay, please.
So when you talked about reasonable solutions, that's condition 11, just so I'm clear, right? When you said in your comments here that you've done, put together reasonable condition or reasonable solutions, that so I'm very clear, that's condition 11, right?
Well, there's additional conditions that we feel are reasonable. We're talking about adding the temporary sports court right away, so we feel that's reasonable. We feel operational conditions are reasonable. There's other conditions within the conditional use permit the Planning Commission worked on to make sure that we don't have simultaneous events. I mean, there's a whole host of things within the CUP which are intended to basically mitigate impacts on the neighborhood.
Can you remind me, when was the noise study conducted? I couldn't remember exactly where.
That's a good question. There were 2 noise studies that were completed. I'm going to go through, I don't have the timeline written down here, but I believe we went to the Planning Commission in November of 2021 with our first hearing, and they asked us to meet with the neighbors, which we did. We held 3 neighborhood meetings. And then as part of those neighborhood meetings, the neighbors felt we should do additional noise studies. We had actually done one early in 2021, and then we did one in 2022. So there were actually 2 noise studies completed. And I think the neighbors wanted to make sure that we had captured, because of COVID, they felt the enrollment was a little bit lower than it would normally be, so they wanted to make sure that we got it as high as possible. And I think it was at 375 students by the time we did the study in 2022.
In your July 7th, 2011 CUP, you talked about the development of the 12,680 square foot multipurpose building, the 2,900 square foot outdoor amphitheater, the replacement of the existing softball field, the relocation of the tennis courts, and reconfiguration of the parking areas.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that really you scrapped the amphitheater, you've done the softball and multipurpose field. We know that the multipurpose room hasn't been done. What's the status? What's the status of the relocation of the tennis courts and the reconfiguration of the parking areas?
The parking areas to be reconfigured with the multipurpose building, because that's when the demand kicked in for the parking. We're currently, even with the high school there, we're overparked. So with the lower school, we don't believe there's going to be a parking issue, because how the Sierra Madre parking codes work is actually lower schools, because kids don't drive to a lower school, you don't need as many parking stalls. So now in terms of the other improvements, the tennis courts were not constructed. So I think you raised that question.
Okay.
A follow-up to that, I have a question. Do you see a change in the use then for the softball field and for the soccer field now that the ages are going to be different, since you don't have a high school softball team per se anymore? So would that area need to change its use?
Well, my understanding is that we do have softball for the older kids. I think Rich Martinez is here. Rich, are you here? Yeah, Rich is our athletic director. He can answer those questions. We also have offered for years, probably 20, 25 years, the Sierra Madre Girls Softball League has played on our field, even when it was the smaller, older field. So they do play there now. So we did not see that we wanted to take the softball field out. Is that the question?
Yes.
Yeah. We want to keep the softball field. We think it serves the community and also gets students interested in baseball, you know, boys and girls.
So you've got the Michelinda lot and the Wilson lot. Could you flip them? Could you have the parking that you've got now in Wilson, in Michelinda, and then be using Wilson for the purposes that you're using Michelinda?
Yeah, the issue really is for the sports of volleyball and basketball, we need a flat surface. And it's a fairly large, if you can think of a basketball court, it's pretty good size. And when you look at the Wilson lot, how it's graded, I mean, the campus has probably 25 feet of fall from Grandview to Highland. You don't realize it when you're standing there, but it's quite a slope that we're dealing with. And in that Wilson parking lot, there's probably a 3 to 4 foot grade drop. So we'd have to totally regrade that, tear it out and regrade it, probably put in small retaining walls. The other thing that we did as part of the stormwater controls is we installed large cisterns underneath the Wilson lot. About half of the drainage on the property basically is now compliant with NPDES requirements. We also installed, the field itself functions as for stormwater infiltration, and there's some large infiltration chambers that we installed just south of the softball field. So those were major investments. We don't want to really rip them out, and I mean, it's basically capturing 6 acres of water and infiltrating it.
With the closure of the high school, will you be moving out of the modular buildings there on the Michelinda side?
That's something we're still discussing at the level with, the board is discussing that with our faculty. There's definitely going to be transition time when we're moving. Remember, these are high school classrooms. You're going to basically use them for elementary, so they're not really designed for elementary. So there's going to be some transition issues. And so we may keep those modulars. We may have to keep them for a year. We're not sure. I don't want to mislead anybody, but in terms of modulars at public schools, they could be there for years. I'm sure you've driven by campuses and seen modular classrooms. We thought that we had sensitively planned the modulars and that they're an asset to the campus. But right now, we don't know how long we would keep them for, but I think at least a year.
But wasn't the understanding the modular classrooms were only going to be through April of 2022?
I don't think there was anything that we saw in that letter that we couldn't come back and ask for a reasonable extension.
And was there a reasonable extension in the master plan?
Well, yeah, basically what we saw is that the modulars were administratively approved. So we just assumed they were going to be they could be administratively renewed, so they weren't really discussed in the master plan.
Did you have a time frame on the temporary court that you were discussing? So you discussed not the proposed sports courts, but
right.
The temporary. Now, is that something you could do quickly, or what was that time frame?
Well, again, that's what we've talked about with the Planning Commission. It was 18-month timing.
Oh, that was the 18.
Yeah, that was 18 months.
Not the,
yeah, for the
not
temporary.
Permanent sports court.
That's correct.
I think Mayor Pro Tem has a follow-up on the
Yeah, follow up on the modules. So it sounds, I'm hearing sort of two things, so just wanted to clarify. You are still planning on the modular classrooms being temporary because they are located on the site
that's correct. Yeah.
Calls for the multi-purpose
right.
building.
We lease those, and so eventually we'll just turn them back to the company that owns the modulars.
And in terms of just sheer capacity, and I appreciate your point that it's not a one-for-one exchange between high school classrooms and elementary school classrooms, but in terms of just capacity, have you determined that the existing permanent classroom space would be sufficient for the level of enrollment that you're anticipating over the next couple of years?
I think we're still trying to figure that out. Again, we offer some very special classes. A good example is we have a robotics class. A lot of elementary schools don't do robotics. We do. So there's need for additional, classroom space, art rooms, those type of things.
Okay.
Councilmember Goss, please.
So going back to 2011, I understand a big piece of that was the multi-purpose room. So could you get us up to speed on that? Why hasn't it built? What are your plans for it now and in the future? What could we expect?
That's always been a heavy lift. When we did the 2011 master plan, the commission at that time talked about phases, and they asked us to do all of the improvements on Michelinda and Grandview, which we added all the view fencing and landscaping, and we put in a granite, basically a pathway instead of a sidewalk. The city asked for a granite pathway on Grandview. So we basically did all of that improvements. And the condition in 2011 was if we completed that first phase, that then our conditional use permit basically was valid. It locked in. It then became a vested right. And within, within the master plan, everything else, there were 3 other phases that basically would be done as capital improvements when we were able to raise the money. So we sat down as a board and talked about what would really be achievable and what could we do that would attract more high school girls to the campus. And we decided that it was a heavy lift for us. It was $2.7 million. was to do the multi-purpose field, the soccer field and everything associated with it, all the landscaping, stormwater, which we've talked about. So that became our big fundraiser, first time we've ever tried a capital campaign. We raised about half the money, and then the other half we basically financed through the bank. So we make payments on that. So when we looked at the cost of doing a multi-purpose building back in 2015, 2017, it was $7 to $8 million. So it's very expensive. It just wasn't within our, it wasn't in our budget to really do. We didn't feel that we could do that. So we don't know when the multi-purpose building is going to be built. Maybe there's newer construction techniques, something that's might be more less expensive to do. We just don't know. We haven't done a feasibility.
Sorry to interrupt. So it'd be fair to say that you don't have the financial capacity right now to commit to that.
Yeah, we don't.
Okay. Thank you.
More questions for Mr. Forsing while we have him up here? I'm sure we'll have more questions as the evening kind of progresses. Thank you.
I have one final one. So you've talked about public meetings and all of that. You guys have got your lawyers, the Stevens have got your lawyers. When's the last time the two lawyers have talked about and tried to negotiate this? Because it's really, this is a neighbor dispute, and we're kind of getting pulled in the middle of it. So when's the last time the parties have talked to each other?
Well, we appreciate the city manager, the city attorney, and your development director and preservation director basically as a go-between between the two parties. At this point in time, we've traded counters and counter-counters, and so there's been counter-offers. And there are some things that we agree with that the Stevenses have put forward, but there's other things that we feel are just too far apart. So that's why we're recommending just go back to the Planning Commission, and we'll try to sort it out, and we'll try to work hard with the neighbors and with the city to have a project that everybody can be happy about.
Thank you, Mr. Forsing. Any follow-ups? Yes.
Was there a time when your attorneys as well as the Stevens attorneys did meet, or did it automatically come to us?
No, there was not. No, I mean,
before?
the first we really knew that the Stevens had hired an attorney is when they filed the appeal. So that was toward the end of December. So this has happened pretty.
So there hasn't been any attempts yet for your two sides to discuss?
No, there have not.
Great questions. Thank you. So I know there's a lot of public here, but we have to make a decision. So we want to get as much information as we can. So we will open up to public comment, but first I want to invite the appellants up if they have a rebuttal to what they've heard or any further comments, and then we'd hear from the applicant again if they choose to before we open it up to public comment. So do the appellants have any rebuttals or issues they'd like to speak on? Please.
Hey, good evening. Thank you for having us today. So my name is Jason Sanders. I'm here once again on behalf of the appellants. I have a few points, and if I start to stray into an area that is not appropriate for rebuttal, just let me know. And if you have any questions.
I'm not a judge, but I've been in front of many, so.
Yes. So, okay. So I think what I'd like to start, what I'd like to point out to everybody is that my clients recognize the need for a school in the community. And schools are really important, and I think the only caveat here is that they have to respect the community in which they choose to operate. And so I think the task before the City Council here today is to find harmony between the existence of a school and the concerns of the community. And at this point, I'd like to add just a gentle word of warning regarding CEQA violations. So back in 2011, which is the year that the most recent environmental document was approved, it was a mitigated negative declaration, and that environmental approval really only analyzed the circumstances as they existed at that date. Since that time, there have been new facts and that create new environmental impacts, i.e. the addition of K through 8, and with the latest iteration of the project, the addition of more K through 8 students. So both of those are new facts that give rise to new impacts and potentially new noise impacts. So if the project is approved as is, without either with both quantitative and qualitative evidence supporting that there are no violations of those standards in your municipal code, then I believe that the council could be opening itself up for a claim of abuse of discretion. So I suppose the recommendation that it go back to the Planning Commission, but I think that we can resolve this with just a few simple permit conditions and save everybody a lot of money. So on this point, I'd like to really discuss something I heard one of the council members say about when the decision on this matter is required. Okay, so according to the municipal code, and this is 17.66.070, I believe that the city council has 30 days from the date the decision, from the date the hearing is conducted to make the decision. So what I am proposing is that we hear the evidence today, and then we would request that the city council delay making that decision until at least the 30th day. That'll give myself and the attorney for the applicant and maybe the city a chance to reach a settlement that'll make everybody happy.
So may I jump in?
Yes.
Your interpretation of 17.66.070 is 30 days from the conclusion of the public hearing, not from the opening of the public hearing.
Well, I think it's open for interpretation, but that is how I would urge the council to read that.
Could I ask our city attorney an interpretation of that?
I think that interpretation is fine so long as both parties accept that interpretation.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the interruption, but I would,
okay, so I think that time frame will give us time to resolve the issues, and I would just like to get into a little bit about what the issues are. So the academy is correct. We did enter into some negotiations with the academy through the city. During those negotiations, the city raised a concern about the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Person Act, and I'm going to just refer to that as the act because it's a mouthful. Okay, so no one is saying here that the school can't engage in religious activity or religious exercise. What we are saying is that the city can impose just a few simple permit conditions to bring harmony to the school and the community. I'm not even sure it's clear that the school is raising the act as a protection, but if they are, they certainly have the burden to make the showing that it applies. And so what's the test? Okay, so the test for that particular act is whether there's a religious exercise and whether there's a substantial burden on that religious exercise. And so, you know, as an attorney, I really love getting into philosophical debates, and I've enjoyed my discussions with the city attorney. I think we can both agree that the authority indicating that a sport is a religious exercise as defined by the act is scant. So the cases that we've reviewed really don't definitively say one way or the other. They make the assumption, but that's not a holding. So what's that mean? That means that, at least based on the authority that I've seen, there's no definitive case coming down either way on that. So it's an open issue. And just to provide the council with a little context, the definition of religious exercise as contained in the act is as follows. any exercise of religion, whether or not compelled by or central to a system of religious belief, and the use and includes the use, building, or conversion of real property for the purpose of religious exercise shall be considered to be a religious exercise of the person or entity that it uses or intends to use the property for that purpose. So it's, and the cases state that that language is supposed to be interpreted broadly, but even if you provide that broad interpretation, I think it's going to be a struggle to suggest that sports is, you know, a religious exercise. So that's pretty much the main concern about what's going on in the parking lot. So, you know, to that point, so I'm not sure they clear the threshold issue of whether there's your proposed permit condition, the permit condition number 11, which we'll talk about in a second. I'm not sure that the applicant can meet that threshold of establishing that permit condition substantially burdens the exercise of religious activity. And in terms of substantially burdening a religious activity, that test really depends on the inconvenience. It's got to be more than an inconvenience of religious exercise. It must impose a significantly great restriction or onus upon religious exercise. And so and this is a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. We sit in the Ninth Circuit, so it's persuasive. So that court said the factors to consider are whether the government's reasons for denying an application were arbitrary, 2, whether the religious group has ready alternatives available to it, or whether their alternatives would entail some substantial uncertainty, delay, or expense, and finally, whether the religious group was precluded from using other sites in the city. I think that last point is key, it's critical, because that is one of our options that we provided to the applicant, and the city asked about how they can come about resolving this issue. So there are a couple other, there's one other federal case in the Ninth Circuit that I feel is appropriate to mention. That is San Jose Christian Coal v. City of Morgan. In that case, the court found that although a Christian college was not permitted to provide religious education at its desired location, this was not a substantial burden because the college did not demonstrate that it was precluded from using other sites within the city. So that is, it is a option, an alternative, as long as the institution can exercise can engage in religious exercise elsewhere in the city, it's not going to be looked on as a substantial burden. Even if we assume that the sports equals a religious exercise, and the conditions we are proposing don't burden that activity. The school, with the conditions that we're proposing, the school can still engage in sports. They can, you know, we can talk about all those later if you like. However, a read of the letter really shows that these are all alternatives that do not prevent the city from having sports teams, because we all know that's important. And I don't think my clients want to deprive the kids of having sports teams. So I think the last point I'd want to mention is that even if both hurdles are clear, i.e. that the sports equal religious exercise and that these permit conditions are interpreted to be a substantial burden, the federal statute says that you can still, the city can still impose that limitation if you have a compelling interest and it's the least restrictive means possible. So what's the compelling interest here? It is the abatement of a public nuisance, private nuisance, and correcting a violation of CEQA. Why is it a public nuisance? Because if the city finds that the noise coming from the parking lot exceeds either a quantitative or qualitative measure in the municipal code, you've got a violation. That's a per se nuisance. So that's a long-winded way of saying that you have the option to regulate the conduct, even if it falls under the protection of the act. And I think that is all I really have. In terms of feasibility, I produced as an exhibit with my letter today a copy of a property description containing mortgages taken out by so you have that information, okay, and I think the document speaks for itself. I don't have, unless we want to go through the alternatives that we propose by line item, which I'm happy to do. Maybe that conversation is best had with the applicants after this hearing concludes, but I'd be happy to go through them if you have any questions.
So I generally like to hear from, let the council speak, but I think I have a couple questions. So I want to make sure I have an understanding of what the appellants are asking. We've talked about CEQA, right? And we've talked about the Planning Commission. So, you know, if it goes back to the Planning Commission and let's say CEQA is looked at again, that process, it extends the process, and then the Stevens are burdened for a longer period of time until we get a master plan approved, and then 18 months before we get a temporary sports court. So are they willing to do that, or, I mean?
Well, so I think the issue with, I think they would take that over a approval of the project at, you know, as it existed before. But I think the issue with sending it back to the commission, I think it would give the city another opportunity to look at the impacts from this new project. I think that's absolutely got to happen if the city, you know, is inclined to grant the project. I think that environmental review needs to happen. But I think the issue is, you know, that's essentially more money for them to spend on experts, et cetera.
Yeah, I know that we're getting into commentary here, but yes, I mean, obviously the council would not like to, the amount of money that the city would have to expend sending it back to the Planning Commission, CEQA and all that, I think everybody in this room would like to avoid that. But yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Can I ask it more bluntly? If we were to find a way for the appellants and the applicant to agree on the conditions that seem to me, based on what I've seen in the most recent sort of bid ask, are not that far apart, if we were to find an agreed list between the two parties and were to then approve the project with those conditions, would the CEQA claims of your client be satisfied?
Well,
I mean, I'm just going to be blunt. I don't want to put us in a position where we negotiate a solution, find a solution, approve a plan, and then there's a CEQA claim.
I understand. So I think if we come to an agreement, and I just preface this, but I would have to speak with my clients, but I have spoken with them on that issue prior to today, and my understanding is that if we can get to an agreement on the activity that's occurring on the Michelin parking lot and some of the ancillary items that kind of come with moving those activities around to other locations, then, you know, that is all that would make them happy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I follow up on
Yes,
this,
please.
on the CEQA? This is for the city attorney. So we're hearing that that this could be a CEQA violation because it's got new environmental impacts. Can you just opine on that? Is this a CEQA violation with a change of conditions, and that it only analyzed, you know, it didn't analyze all the impacts when it initially was reviewed by the Planning Commission? So kind of two things there. The original, was CEQA adequate, and does this change trigger a full or partial or any CEQA analysis?
So the answer, Councilmember, is that at this point we don't know. What would happen is, if the City Council chooses not to make a decision today, the recommendation is to send it back to the Planning Commission. At that point, staff would work with Alverno to request additional studies. Based on those additional studies, we'd see if a subsequent EIR, a supplemental EIR, or an addendum to the EIR would be appropriate. But without those studies in place, we couldn't make a determination regarding whether or not additional studies need to be done or if there's any kind of violation.
Okay. I've got another legal question, if I may, I just kind of.
Yeah, I mean, as long as, obviously, we have closed sessions for legal exposure for a reason, okay.
This is a bit of a left turn. Okay, so let's look at 471 East Highland Avenue. 471 East Highland is just below Sierra Madre Middle School. So it's just underneath the parking lot there. So they're right up back against that parking lot. If the middle school were to have put a basketball court back there and the neighbors at 471 had a concern with it, is there something that we could do to restrict that? So what I'm trying to parse out here is the difference between RLUIPA and a public school. Is it, is there a difference here of that? Could we put conditions on the use of Sierra Madre Middle School?
No, not for a public school, council member.
Can you elaborate on that? Like, why?
Because the city doesn't regulate land use for public schools.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowe? No? Okay. Okay, so we kind of did go outside the scope of what was stated, but I allowed it because we had I think a material change in what we heard between the two, between our the opening of the hearing and today. But now I want to invite, if we don't have any more questions, I'd like to invite Mr. Farsing up, or anybody from Alverno if you.
Actually, I do have. I'm sorry.
Okay.
One more. Can you just clarify item 2 on here? So I'm just trying to understand recesses in the event of visible pooling on the grounds and playing surfaces on the multi-sports field. Is this saying that if the multi-purpose sport field is a swamp, then you can play in the Michelinda parking lot?
Yes, and that's because the city, well, the applicant had come back with a proposal for a restriction on the parking lot where that included recess in the event of rain events. That language is just there to kind of define what the parameters of that.
So recess would be on the regular field unless there was visible pooling and a bunch of mud in it, and then they'd come up to it.
Yes.
So there would be some very limited uses of Michelin is what you're thinking about.
Well, so that particular provision dealing with recess, what we'd really like to happen is once the sports court's built, I'm not sure if there's going to be a permanent sports court and a temporary sports court. If that is the case and they decide to keep both of them, then what we would like to see is that after the permanent sports court is built, they use that temporary sports court as an auxiliary recess play area if the multi-purpose field is inundated with water.
And do you think that the 90 days here, based on the discussion that we've had, do you think the 90 days for the development of the sports course is still realistic?
So I think that really depends on the cash that is actually on hand with the academy. It gets into some kind of prickly areas in terms of that. Again, you guys, the council have the exhibit I produced today. I would invite the academy to kind of get into more detail if they want about that in terms of the rebuttal. I think that's all I can say on that. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sanders.
Just a brief comment. The appellant raised the line of credit that we have with F&M Bank. It's a $10 million loan, but it is a line of credit. And we basically are at the point where the bank has said, well, you need to increase your enrollment if we're going to basically allow more money to come out. So what we've done is basically gone to our PTA and said, would you be willing to basically fund this project? And all the feedback I'm getting is that they're very positive about it. And perhaps we do the permanent sports court instead of the temporary. I just don't know. I don't want to, put any false promises out there, but they're very excited about it and they really want to do the sports court. And our attorney's not here tonight, so I'm not going to comment on RLUIPA. It's above my pay grade, I guess you'd say. So we'll just reserve whatever comments we have.
Can you explain to me, we have the map up here.
Yes.
Where the permanent sports court would go in relation to the temporary?
It's essentially in the very same location. I don't know if Vincent has the exhibit, or if there's 600 pages of, well, not that exhibit. There's actually an exhibit we prepared.
That's why I asked you. That was my recollection, because one of the solutions was I thought that the permanent was going to be very close to, if not right where the temporary was.
We did change the orientation to go north-south versus east-west. We thought that would work better. We basically wouldn't have sun in the kids' eyes when they're, playing volleyball or basketball. So there was an engineering plan we came up that we gave the planning commission that showed the temporary sports court.
And to follow up on that, volleyball is typically in the fall and basketball is in the winter, or do we have volleyball in the spring again, or is it a?
Rich, why don't you come up in there.
Yeah, you have to be in the mic.
Yeah, the mic, for people watching at home, the mic.
The girls, I'm Rich Martinez, I'm athletic director and one of the assistant directors of the lower school.
Thank you.
The girls play volleyball in the fall, and for our school, the numbers are around 40 girls play, so we have about 3 teams that we're using one court for right now. So if we get another court built, we'll be able to transfer a lot of the games to that area. Basketball teams, we have about, because it's boys and girls at the same time, so we have about 5 to 6 teams that we share the court with. And then the boys volleyball, one team plays in the spring.
Okay, and you're part of the, like all ages are part of the CYO, or do you play intramurals with the younger ages, or how does that?
It's all, we compete in CYO, so it's the team sports are basically 5th grade through 8th grade.
Okay.
We do have cross country and track that does 3rd grade through 8th grade, but all those are off-site. Those are local high schools that we run those events.
Thank you.
Yep.
I think just to answer your question, we had prepared the temporary sports court to lay on top of where the permanent court would go. And the idea is get it built, and then we could come back at a later date to put in the permanent, like the rubberized asphalt that they use, or rubber surface, when we had the money to do that. But we just wanted to get something going because we knew how critical it was for the neighbors.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, before you say, could you at all respond to the timing proposal that the applicant's counsel or the appellant's counsel raised in terms of the decision timeline? Per the city attorney's advice, it sounded like there might be ability to extend the decision making at this body if the parties were in agreement in terms of the 30 days applying from, I guess, tonight if the hearing closes.
Well, I don't think it's never a bad thing to talk, right? For the parties to talk, that's not a bad thing. I think I'd like to make sure that the city attorney can be involved, perhaps moderate, at least report, back to you. Because, there are things in the proposal which are acceptable, and there's things that are non-starters with us, and we hope we can reach a consensus, and we'll try our best to do it, but it may or may not happen.
Right, so I guess that you would be willing to accept the interpretation of the 30-day.
Yes, if you wanted to interpret the code that, basically that it would be 30 days. You could continue for a 30-day period and then make your decision in 30 days. I think that's what you're saying, the city attorney, I believe.
Right, so I believe the interpretation by Mr. Sanders was that once the hearing is closed, after that, 30 days, up to 30 days after that, the city council can render a decision. And I just wanted to make sure that both parties had the same interpretation before.
So you'll close the hearing tonight, and then within 30 days, what action is then taken? What comes back to you?
The action taken would be what the recommendations are in the staff report. Send it back to the planning commission, adopt it, or don't adopt it.
Okay.
But no more public comment
No
because
more
the hearing is
public
closed.
comment.
And once we close the public comment, that'd be the official closing of the public hearing.
You probably had enough of us anyway, so maybe you want to do that.
We're learning a lot. We were learning things like noise goes uphill, and I'm learning. So I always like to learn. Okay, Mr. Sanders or the appellants, do you have any response to what you just heard? Okay. All right, moving right along. I think, Council, are we doing? We've been here a little bit earlier than when you guys have been here. I know you've been very patient, but I think the council needs a short break, 5 minutes at the most, if that's okay, and then we'll reconvene. So we'll have a 5-minute break. Yes.
be able to function up until now.
All right, let's reconvene the meeting. I'd like to thank everybody for their patience. It's been a long evening for everybody, I understand. Okay, so before we open up the public hearing, does the council have any more questions of staff or the appellant or the applicant before we listen to members of the public? All right, seeing none, I'd like to open up this public hearing. Madam City Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, the city received 14 emails that were forwarded to the city council and uploaded to the city's website for transparency. And we also have a number of speaker cards that were completed. The first speaker is R.B. Bunch.
Good evening and happy Pi Day. I've been before the Planning Commission, so it's a great opportunity to be here in front of you. I feel like really in this whole discussion, we're really in the weeds on time and resources that could be going to children and could be not coming out of the family's coffers. And for that, I just want to kind of put things in context, because it is impossible that anyone here did not have an education. It is impossible to think that anyone here didn't start life with adults doing what was right for them, and that's the point. The correct answer, the correct decision, the correct movement is what's right for the children. It's not up to the children to solve adults' problems. Now, pandemic may have given people an opportunity to live across from a school that was closed or live near an airport that didn't have a lot of traffic. That's over now. And one thing pandemic did was it caused a lot of people to evolve. Air traffic has increased, traffic you notice has increased, so have kids needing schooling. Now, some parents, like me, feel it very important that my kids have a faith-based education. In 1962, my right to exercise my religious freedom, that does not mean sporting events with Holy Communion in my hand. That means me being a Catholic on campus. That opportunity was removed from families in 1962. Different religious institutions created their own schools to address that if schools weren't already available. So when it comes down to, and I didn't like the conversation about abuse of discretion, because there are certain discretions that a city council does not have and must act on. On the other hand, in California, school attendance for 8-year-olds to 14-year-olds became compulsory in 1874. It is my religious right to send them somewhere where they can be Catholic throughout the day. Physical education, playing outside, having a good time, screaming and yelling for children, which we all did, became mandatory in 1911. Sporting leagues have been in America since 1903 officially, and since as far back as the late 1700s unofficially through educational institutions. Noise, are you kidding me? Get your refrigerator fixed. Because when it comes down to children, they are supposed to be noisy. We always were. And when it comes down to educational institutions, if you look at what's going on in the world, educational institutions are trees that bear fruit, including attorneys who I guarantee you have somewhere in their educational career a tuition-paid education. So, on those precedents, I want to say it's time to regrow this tree, not strangle it like a weed. It's a very good thing for Sierra Madre, and we've all been to school. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bunch, and happy Pi Day to you as well. If we could, I'm sorry, if we could refrain from applause, because it does disincentivize both sides, so we just want to hear the comment. I'm not trying to, be mean about it, but, just if we can refrain, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Bunch.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a speaker card from Ken Farsing.
Oh, no, that was for the appeal part.
And the next speaker is Jamie Gorman.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Garcia and members of the City Council. My name is Jamie Gorman, and I am the parent of a current Alverno High School student a VP on the high school PTA board, and a resident of the city of Sierra Madre. My children have both also attended Alverno Lower School. As you know, on February 21st, 2023, 1 week to the day after the meeting that was going to be to discuss this situation, all of the Alverno High School students were shuttled into the school library without notice. They were instructed to turn over their phones, and then without their parents being notified, they were told abruptly that their school would be closing in 3 months' time because of the financial problems facing Alverno Heights Academy. This is one example of the irresponsible communication demonstrated by Alverno. At a meeting on Alverno's campus 2 days later, Alverno High School parents asked for the financials, the bylaws of the Alverno Board of Trustees, the minutes from the meetings of the Alverno Board of Trustees. Alverno refused on multiple occasions to hand these over. Parents who pay tuition to Alverno and alumni want to see evidence of this financial deterioration. They were refused. This is another example of irresponsible communication. They say they have no money for the high school, that this is the reason for closing the high school, suddenly after over 60 years. What have they done with their money? We don't know because they refuse to show the parents, the alumni, the community, their financials, which would explain what they have spent, what they have done with their money, and what they plan to do with their money. They have presented the City Council with an application for a master plan, but really it's a high school closure plan, a plan to convert our campus to a lower school without an upper school. Why are they continuing to advance an application that includes the words upper school multiple times throughout this application when they are terminating the upper school? Why is that still in their application? Does that not render their application with the city invalid? Does that not require Alverno to conduct new noise studies based on a campus without high school students and one only having TK through 8th grade? It sounds that they are proposing to increase only to 275 students out of the 400 student maximum capacity. But currently, my understanding is that they have 250 students. So we're only talking about 25 more? When the capacity is 400, how would it be verified that they were only at 275 once all of the upper school students have left? A future high school? Question mark. After shattering the high school now, would the city have to approve any increase in enrollment above this supposed 275? So again, I want to refer back to the noise study because City Council, I ask you to honor your fiduciary obligation to the citizens by basing your decision on valid information, namely noise studies that reflect the termination of the upper school and conversion of the entire campus to a lower school. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman.
Mr. Mayor, Jane Clark.
Sorry. I'm Jane, and I'm reading this on behalf of an alum and current faculty member, Sue Behrens, who couldn't be here. Mayor Ed Garcia and the City Council. For many years, I worked all over LA, Burbank, the South Bay, and West Side, and I would sing the praises of life in Sierra Madre. Those unfamiliar with it would ask me what's so great about it. It's just another LA suburb, they'd say, and I would tell them about my beloved town, the close-knit, family-oriented community that was all about the kids. The Easter egg hunt and Huck Finn Derby, Little League and girls softball, the Halloween costume parade, not to mention our awesome library and great schools. But unfortunately, I don't feel that way anymore. Sure, we still hold these annual events, but the whole not in my backyard attitude has infiltrated and tainted our town at the expense of our kids' rights. The schools we should be supporting and holding in high regard are under attack. The bustling, noisy playgrounds that many of us grew up on are being silenced by a handful of upset neighbors with unreasonable complaints. For example, are you aware that the middle school in our town isn't allowed to play basketball outside? I couldn't believe it when I learned this. Sure, they have a gym, but fresh air and sunshine are just as important to growing bodies and minds as exercise. Yet our city caved in to complaints from neighbors who knowingly bought a house next to a school, and it's the kids who suffer. Why is it that the selfish, often exaggerated complaints of the minority get to dictate what our schools can and can't do? When are the people running our town going to stand up for our kids? If the sounds of children playing, running, and squealing with delight is ruining your quality of life, as one neighbor of Alverno has stated on more than one occasion, the solution is simple. Close your windows, turn up your radio, or move. We need schools and kids to exercise their bodies and their voices outdoors. Unfortunately, many kids spend their time away from school sitting on their bottoms staring at a screen or device. They need all the outdoor activity they can get, and schools provide that. Consider the alternative: poor health, obesity, lack of social skills, failing grades. Is that what we want for our kids? Shall we lock them inside and keep them silent? As we continue to strip away their freedoms, will the neighbors ever be satisfied? So my question to you is, do you want your legacy as mayor and city council members to be that you voted against the kids of Sierra Madre schools and took away even more of their rights? Rights they aren't old enough to vote for or to even know they deserve. Or are you going to do the right thing and put a stop to this nonsense? The Planning Commission already approved Alverno's master plan. Now you have the chance to confirm it. Your actions will affect every school in our town. How far are you going to let it go? And again, I'm reading on behalf of Sue Behrens, who's a lifelong resident of Sierra Madre, a 1978 graduate of Alverno High School, and a part-time recess and lunch proctor at Alverno's lower school since fall of 2020.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
Mr. Mayor, George Burby.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak in support of Alverno's improvements to their campus. And I think they put together a pretty good plan. I think they think a lot about what the neighbors are going to be living with these improvements. That's a major reason for wanting to build the sports courts on our campus and be able to take the noise away from Grandview. And I think it's very important that that improvement goes on the campus and that they play sports on the campus and not at some other location, because we're talking about 10-year-old to 14-year-old children coming off of school and then having to somehow get transported for practice or games to a different location in the city. I don't know how that's going to happen. I really want you to consider how important it is that they get to play sports and have good places to play on this 13-acre campus that, you know, we can do a lot. I'm one of the excited parents that wants to raise money, and I want to help to do it in the way that will also make the neighbors happy. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Burby.
Mr. Mayor, Matt Gorman.
If I could ask, when you approach, make sure that the mic is directional toward your mouth, because folks at home can't hear it unless it's.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'll try to keep my comments to 3 minutes. On February 21st, Alverno announced that it would be terminating its high school. This has raised a plethora of serious questions which Alverno's families are asking. These questions do not bear only on our children's lives and their academic futures, but bear directly on the application that Alverno is asking you to approve. Honorable members of the City Council, you should not take action on Alverno's application until you are given honest, complete, and fully transparent answers to these questions. First, when did Alverno notify you that it would be terminating the upper school? Alverno's application presents a plan including an upper school, and studies analyzed the project assuming there would be an upper high school. The July 2022 MND presumes that student population will be comprised of 200 elementary students and 200 high school students. Terminating the high school entirely transforms the proposed project. While proposed as a modification of a lower school and an upper school campus, in actuality, it is a proposal for a project to eliminate a high school. You, as the City Council, should require Alverno to revise its application so that it correctly reflects the conditions that will be present on the property. You know now that the project will have no upper school. It is thus error to analyze the project assuming that there will be high school students and high school facilities. Please require Alverno to revise its application and its studies so that it will be properly presented to you. It seems now that there may be a new site plan. Where is that in the existing application? Where has the public been presented that new site plan? Second, at the last city council meeting, had Alverno informed you that it would be terminating its upper school? Your last council meeting was on February 14, nearly 1 week to the hour from Alverno's email notifying parents that it would be terminating the upper school. Did you know that 1 week after your council meeting, Alverno would be terminating its upper school? Please require that the applicant deal with you transparently. Third, when it comes to transparency, there are an enormous number of questions that you, the City Council, should require Alverno to answer. What is the final financial condition of Alverno? The applicant is asking you to approve a massive redevelopment of a critical property in the city, but does Alverno have the financial resources to do this? We were told that our upper school is being terminated for financial reasons. We have asked Alverno to disclose their governing documents in order to understand this. We were told at a public meeting shortly after the closure announcement that these materials would be provided. But yesterday I was informed that Alverno would not provide these materials. Why has Alverno adopted this stance with the community? These are the same questions that you as the City Council should be asking of this applicant. This applicant is asking you...
Wrap it up with your final thoughts, please.
Thank you. This applicant is asking you to grant a permit for a project that can be described as nothing less than unprecedented for this property, under highly questionable circumstances. Please, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, require Alverno to be open with you before you consider this application. Please protect our community and our families by requiring Alverno to disclose its financial records and deal with you transparently. And please do not permit Alverno and the appellant to make a backroom deal aside from the public on this project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Stacy Fantanella.
It's not my thing, so just bear with me, okay? Well, let's just say this material change this evening is not surprising. Good evening, Mayor Garcia and City Council members. My name is Stacy and I'm the parent of an Alverno High School student, as well as the president of the High School Parent Board. I'm here to share with you the reasons why the city should be questioning things in relation to Alverno's master plan. I won't bore you with stories, my own and those of other parents, that would leave you asking, where is the kindness and humanity that this Catholic school preaches? Stories that make you wonder, what else don't we know about? Stories that make you question Alverno's leadership in the handling of past funds. This plan proposed by Alverno Heights Academy clearly indicates an upper school. I was told Alverno resubmitted these plans to the city because of an appeal on February 14th. And interestingly so, just 7 days later, Alverno announced the closure of their upper school. It's interesting, though, that they are still moving forward with the approval of this master plan, a plan that I was told didn't matter because these plans, if they were approved, there were no funds for them anyway. There would be no way to execute them anyway. So what are their real plans? How is one to know what they are really doing? Alverno's words are just that, words. They are not to be trusted. Alverno's leadership has clearly not been transparent with their community. There has been zero accountability, zero transparency. Honestly, how can a city approve a master plan by Alverno, a school that is clearly not transparent? Should the City Council not at a minimum pause to ensure that its community comes first before approving such a plan? With regards to the noise study, some of my friends over here have already addressed that, but we were told that there were already about 260 kids on the campus. So already more than what they said they would have on the campus. Again, lack of transparency. We ask that council members of the City of Sierra Madre ask these questions. Why does a plan submitted on February 14th include an upper school that they have closed, that they knew they were closing that day? Does Alverno have the funds to complete such a plan? How does one know that Alverno won't start construction only to abandon it in the middle of their execution due to a lack of funds? How will the growth of the lower school affect the noise in the level in the community? We need answers. In all honesty, this school has no governance. They hide behind their independent school status. We don't want any side deals here. We want the community to be a part of this. You know, they mentioned the lower school parents can raise funds. Why was the upper school not allowed that same opportunity. Why? We had no idea that our school was going under. The parents here, yes, they talk about their kids. Well, what about our kids? They're teenagers, they're kids. Sacraments, they talk about religious exercises. What religious exercises? They don't really function like a Catholic school. I went to Catholic school my whole life. Sacraments, like First Reconciliation and First Communion, should be done in a church.
Thank you, Ms. Fenton.
Like St. Rita's, could I just have a minute, please? Like St. Rita's, which I know some people are familiar with here in this room.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Certainly. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have no other speaker cards at this time.
All right. Oh. Looks like we have one more. You can state your name.
Hello, my name is Lacey Stevens. I'm Kristen and Keith's daughter. And I just want to say I've grown up in the city my entire life. I love this city with my heart and soul. I liked growing up across the street from a school, but the school I grew up across the street from is not the same school. It is drastically different. It is drastically louder. There was a time in the last 2 years I lived in Asia, and I would FaceTime my mom, and I could hear people screaming through FaceTime. That would have never happened 5-10 years ago when contacting my parents through FaceTime. But that's all I want to say. This is not a popularity contest. We all want a successful school where kids are thriving and learning and playing in the sun, but just with some rules and regulations. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens.
No others, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so let's bring it closing the public hearing, and let's bring it back to the City Council for discussion. A lot to contemplate here. Anybody want to get started? Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't think any of you who've been to these meetings are going to be surprised that one of the things I'm most concerned about is conserving city resources. One of the reasons why I was asking pretty pointedly about the extension and the parties' agreement to try to work something out is that I feel like that is a solution that is efficient and cost-effective, for lack of a better word, for all parties involved, particularly the city. This has been going on since the application for the expansion into the lower school since 2020. We're 3 years in. We've expended an inordinate amount of city staff time and other resources, as I know all the parties involved have also spent a lot of time and effort and money. I'd like to be able to come to a consensual resolution that no one here is proposing that we prohibit playing on campus or recess or sports. I mean, there's a 12-acre campus, as someone pointed out. There's certainly room on that campus for all of those activities to happen every day. It also seems there's enough room to accommodate the neighbors' need for some degree of quiet and peace, with some exceptions as has been proposed. So, I feel like there's a parameter here for a solution that doesn't involve another 12, 18, 24 months of process here. And one thing I am concerned about, though, is the main solution does seem to be the construction of this proposed sports court, and I appreciate that all of those things take time and resources. I am concerned about putting some time frame, or I'm not concerned, I'm interested in putting some time constraints around that and really incentivizing the expeditious development and building of that so that the activities on the Michelinda parking lot can be moved as soon as possible. So, I would suggest that be part of the discussions if that's the direction that we go.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
So I can go. I appreciate what Mayor Pro Tem said and agree with a lot of it. I do think for the immediate remedy that we've got, it'd be great to get the parties to sit down, to take 30 days to try to figure out, I don't think they're that far apart, and to try to solve the issues. I mean, they've each got a proposal, and they've gone back and forth on counters, so I think there's something to be said there. I also, and I'm wrestling with it, which is not a surprise to anyone here, with the bigger picture is with the change in enrollment. One of the other issues we have heard from residents is around traffic and the traffic around there, and so that will definitely change. And we've got a master plan before us that doesn't represent the exact use that we will see. So I look forward to hearing more of the conversation. I could go either way on this. On the one hand, I'd like to try to resolve this, and because I think the parties are close. But the other hand is that, you know, if the change in the use of the school hadn't changed so much since we opened this hearing, I'd be straight on. Let's do 30 days and make that change. But because traffic is an issue, and because we're changing the enrollment base, there's a part of me that says, you know, maybe this goes back to the Planning Commission to resolve, you know, maybe it's just, maybe we split it. And I'm doing a little thinking out loud here. Is on one hand, we do the noise, and we try to have the parties agree, and the traffic goes back to the Planning Commission. I don't know if we can do that, but, you know, maybe that's the ultimate compromise.
Thank you, Councilmember Parkhurst. Councilmember Lowe?
I was on a very similar page as both of you, looking at what our role is as a city, and I think we've done a lot more mediation for groups than we're used to, using our resources as a city, and that's coming out of the resources of our city. That's our tax dollars to help mediate these situations with neighbors. And I'd like to see the neighbors come to mediation on their own, and even if that means we help a little bit, but I think it's part of their duty to take care of these issues together. That's why we're in a community. It's like Sierra Madre. I also worry about, as Mayor Pro Tem Crepes has said, is sending it back to Planning Commission is going to cost us more money. I do agree that I think there is some consensus, and they could come to consensus on the noise variation. When I ran for this position, a lot of what I'm hearing from citizens is the increase in traffic due to the changes in school, and post-COVID, for some reason, there's been so much more traffic, and people are worried about getting hit while they're walking across the street. People on their phones more. I'm not sure what the distraction is, but I think that is addressed now because the dynamics have changed and the population has changed for Alverno. But I want it to be able to be successful. I want the neighbors to still be happy. So I'm not sure if, like you said, if we could address everything here. And also don't know if that's fully our role.
It seems to me that first, the folks who talked about the high school, I don't know that that's really germane to what we're deciding here. I don't really feel like I have the right to ask Alverno to open up their book so I can see whether they got rid of the high school in a valid way or not. I don't know that I really have that right. Although I feel very sympathetic to those of you who got up and spoke. I can only imagine what that would have been like if my son was in high school and had his school yanked out from under him midstream. You have my sympathy, to be sure. But I feel like it all hinges on the use of that parking lot, and I feel like we need to expedite the development of this thing. I think that's where our planning department can step in, and maybe we can loosen the rules a little bit and expedite the process. If we can get Alverno to make a commitment, a financial commitment, a decision to build within X amount of months, and if this still isn't enough for the appellant, then maybe we should stipulate that until that field gets built, Alverno will have to transport those kids to another place to practice and play. Light a little fire there. Because I really think we need, that has to be the resolution. We're that close, but that's an issue. I heard someone say it's a non-starter. Well, you know, my son played for St. Rita. Rich Martinez was one of his coaches. And we used to go to away games all the time, and the parents would simply put their kids in the 3 or 4 kids per car, and we'd take them over there, and you can move kids to a field if you can find one, if it's just a temporary thing until a field gets built. It seems to me that we have to be thinking about give and take here. And that's a small issue if we could come to, but I really feel like our planning department, us authorizing them, needs to expedite this. Maybe that will relieve some of the cost on Alverno for building a sports court. And maybe they can take that to the bank and say, look, here's what we have now. Can you loosen up some funds for us in your credit line of credit? And maybe that would help expedite it as well. This idea that we're going to wait for 18 months after the master plan that's nonsense. This has to happen soon. I mean, and I think it could happen. I think it could happen in months if all the parties here got their heads together and were properly motivated. So I propose that as a possible solution.
Thank you, Councilmember Goss. Yeah, so I'm wrestling with this. I believe, as you heard, we didn't hear about this change until the change, you all heard about it, right? And I think it's a material change in what we have been contemplating and what's in the master plan. So yeah, a big part of me wants to kick it back to the Planning Commission to look at traffic, look at noise, because it's gonna be different. Another part doesn't want to spend the money, the hard-earned taxpayers' money, in order to resolve this issue. It's not back room to have. There's a specific appellant and there's an applicant. It's not back room to have them mediate and come to agreement and pull the application or the appellant. Yeah. So I struggle with this because I really believe in the democratic process, having everything open in open session, everybody being part of this process. But I also don't want to spend the treasure of the city knowing our planning commission puts in tons of hours and their volunteers, knowing that our planning department has a lot on their plate, and they continue to have a lot on their plate with all these California state laws coming down, and we have projects in town, and so I'm struggling here. So I do like the idea of expediting this process, making sure that the sport court gets built quickly. If it's temporary or permanent or whatever, I would think that you could go to the bank and say, look, this is going to be an incentive for people to come to our school, a brand new sport court. So you could free up some of this cash, and I know there's going to be fundraising as well. And the dollars that you've stated, I don't know what your financials are like, but if you're going to the parents and getting funds, and you're taking out a partial loan, I feel like this thing can be expedited and done. It's already in the master plan, and it can get agreed to. So I'm sitting here, if both parties are amenable to 30 more days, that's kind of where I'm sitting, and they can come to an agreement, then I think we save a lot of resource, and we probably solve some problems along the way.
Could I kind of tag on to my comment? I really feel like, I don't want to tell Alvaro, oh gosh, temporarily take your kids off campus. I wouldn't have wanted my kid to go through that either. I see that as just kind of a desperate stopgap measure, but I feel like if that's something they're willing to do, then I think the Stevens need to withdraw on all other issues. I think I would hope that would be a game changer for them. I hope their attorney's listening. I feel like if you're asking a large institution like Alverno to make a major change like that, then I think that would require a very significant step back, and on all other fronts, because I feel like here we are in front of the city council, and one cost you didn't mention is our city attorney. He's a great city attorney. He's not cheap, so thank goodness. So yeah, if we go back to planning commission, we're going to put a lot more time and effort, staff time and effort, and funds into something that we could see resolved within the next 30 days, without having to do that.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that the appeal was was kind of arbitrary. There's actually an issue here, but we want to make sure it gets resolved. Sorry, Councilmember
No,
Parkhurst.
it's fine. So, the item before us, what's been brought before us is the appeal of the students. And I think that that's the main thing we're looking at. But, as we have seen in the times that we have looked at Alverno, the multiple times it's come before us, the other issue, like the two main issues keep coming back is noise and traffic. And I think, I hope that we can get to closure on the Stevens' issues, and I like the proposals that are here. What I worry about is that there will be traffic impacts from the change in the school use. And what I'd like to try to do is I'd like to see if we can't address all the issues, all the current issues with Alverno at one time. So it's not a continual bring back of issue by issue.
And do you mean here on the council, or do you mean going back to the planning commission?
If we could, and I don't know, let me ask, I don't know if it's a city attorney or if it's the city manager, can we make a narrow thing to go back to the planning commission on just traffic and just limit it to that, and try to deal with everything else outside of it?
Yes, so the code says that following an appeal or review hearing, the city council may remand the matter to the planning commission for further consideration. So you can direct them what to consider.
What do my fellow council members feel about that? I mean, do you feel that the traffic is a big enough issue to send it back? I hear and very sympathetic with the staff issues that that staff has spent a long time on it. I'm very curious to hear, because I just don't want it to keep coming back to us, and that's my concern. Is can we see if we can get a master plan in place that actually looks like it's going to be a master plan that can be here for 10 years?
When we look at traffic, it's usually number of trips, and I'm thinking, okay, they had high school students. The number of trips might be increased. I don't know if they have open lunch or not, but possibly the students that have their own cars are driving back and forth at lunchtime to go to lunch. Possibly they're driving to their sporting events and coming back, right? So that's more trips with high school students versus, you don't think so, Councilman?
They don't have open lunch.
Okay.
And they also, if you think about it, only juniors and seniors drive, and so if the population was already decreased, you'd have to look at how many juniors and seniors you have.
There's only 21 girls.
So I don't think that was that much of a change for that sense. But my question was, we're doing a traffic study somewhat on increase of traffic and barriers with schools. That would, if that changed coming around all of these schools, and we had new codes we had to already put into that, that would, even if the master plan was approved and all of this was taken care of, that would then change, and we would address it then, I'm wondering. Does that make sense? Like
As a larger transportation issue.
Yeah.
So this is the circulation plan that we're looking at and we're thinking about. I really like that. I think that's a really elegant way to look at this, is that then we could address the transportation in that way. We give 30 days, we focus on noise and on the Michelinda lot. I would be very comfortable with that. I think that's an excellent compromise. Thank you.
But to be clear, and I'm not advocating for this, I'm just making sure that we're all aware of the facts. The consideration of traffic in connection with considering this master plan was not about recirculation or making sure they used a particular gate or that particular gate. I mean, this would remove the ability to actually limit population, which would then reduce traffic. I mean, circulation only goes so far, right? I mean, if you have 5,000 cars that need to get to the school, irrespective of how the flow works, it's going to be a problem. So I'm not advocating for this, just to be clear, but I want to make sure that you understand that this solution doesn't actually give us the ability, if once we approve the plan, it doesn't actually give us the ability to affect the root cause of the traffic. Although we could actually make improvements to the circulation, which could improve it. I'm not saying it wouldn't.
No, I know, and I think that's a good point. But it's not like the population of the school is going to increase. We know the population is capped at 400, right? And so we will know, and so and you're right. Is that it changes the impact that we can have. But if we're looking at overall circulation and we're looking at where there are places that we may need to have stop signs, or we may need to have a police department, or we need to have anything like.
Say stoplight.
I know, I wasn't gonna bring it up. We know we don't have a stoplight in this town, so I was not gonna bring that up. But there may be other things that we can look at.
No, I agree.
And so I think that I'm willing to go there for the standpoint for what you said earlier was, to conserve staff resources
Well,
and
I
to
also
be.
don't think the planning commission is able to do that type of work where they would do that much of a study, considering that's a big study we were looking at overall with other schools and other areas of Sierra
That'd be
Madre.
done through some kind of CEQA process.
Correct,
Yeah,
correct.
so, yeah, our concern here as we sit here is we have like 2 environmental impact issues that would be the reason for us to send it back, right? That's noise and that's traffic. I don't think any of the other, I'm not an environmentalist, but I don't think, not that I don't love the environment.
We know you're a good fisherman.
Yeah, yes. So, I think those are would be the 2 impacts that would kind of give us the reason to send it back to the planning commission. Outside of that, I don't see that there's a substantial change for, tree removal or any of those other issues. So it'd just be traffic and noise as far as I sit here and I'm concerned.
Or even building. I mean, this is the planning department, right?
Well,
the buildings, I don't think, I'm not hearing for anything we've had that the buildings would change, is that what the plan is, would largely
Well,
be
they
the plan.
can't. They wouldn't because it's under the.
That's right,
yeah.
yes.
One thing I wondered too, it's been a long time since I've actually looked at the traffic study. Is there a way to extrapolate from the findings presented in the traffic study that was done in 2022 to adjust? I mean, I don't know exactly what raw data it presents, but to the extent it talks about number of trips, for the lower school based on a population of X, and a number of trips, for the upper school based on a population of Y, if you can then take those numbers and not get an exact, study, not the same kind of study if you did it de novo, but be able to sort of approximate what the change, if you were to go to a full 400, K through 8 population, like sort of, could you extrapolate from the existing traffic study kind of what that might look like? I'm wondering if that's something that the planning department could do kind of in this interim period if we do extend it for 30 days, maybe suggest that be reviewed, whether we can kind of extrapolate some information from the existing traffic study without having to require an entirely new study.
So my experience with CEQA has been there would have to be some mitigation efforts, and I'm trying to contemplate what those mitigation efforts would be within CEQA. Would it be reduce enrollment, or what would it be?
So, Mayor Pro Tem Krebs, the traffic study that was prepared by Alverno does contemplate a certain number of daily trips for the high school and a certain number of trips for the elementary school. But the whole purpose of an additional traffic study, an additional noise study, is for us to determine, based on those, whether there's an increase in impact, a decrease in impact, or there's no real net effect. And then based on that information, then we make the environmental determination and then require an addendum or subsequent EIR or supplemental EIR. If we go that route, it's not something that can happen in 30 days.
Well, and wouldn't any new noise or traffic study be an extrapolation? Because unless the campus actually had 400 K through 8 grade students, there's no way to actually measure noise. You'd have to use some sort of extrapolation methodology. So is that not something that we could do from the existing data? Why would we have to do another study to extrapolate from data we already have? Because they're not going to have 400 students to do the new study regarding.
So the study itself isn't prepared by staff. It's prepared by a consultant hired by Alverno. And because I'm not a traffic engineer, I'm not a noise engineer, I don't exactly know how they factor those things in, if there's some kind of weighted average or something. I don't know.
And one thing the planning commission already addressed is that it's not their forte normally to look at the sound quality and quantitative versus quantitative measurements, and then analyze putting any choices or what's the word I'm looking for, any restrictions or allowances. Mitigation.
Yeah, I mean, we would have to rely on the CEQA analysis and the environmental impact report, because none of us none of the planning commissioners nor any of us at the city council are experts on noise.
And one other point about the planning commission, if this goes back to the planning commission, it's going to be three out of 5 of the planning commissioners will have considered this Alverno issue for the first time, because three commissioners have already rotated off the commission, or 3 will by that time. At least 3.
And so if we were to look at the transportation, so if we play this out, we do the transportation study, we look at the impacts of it, and then we're thinking about mitigations. Do we have any idea of kind of what the mitigations are? I mean, we've got an agreement on the number of students. I don't know that would change. Like, I'm not clear on what mitigation options there could be. Is there any way that we can at least know, I'm trying to conserve staff time and trying to get to conclusion, but if we know what the potential mitigations are, because it could be that oftentimes you go through the whole CEQA process, you go through the whole environmental review, and the mitigations sometimes are kind of like, there's not a whole lot that you do. And so I'm just curious, is that if we come back and we just, it's going to have a minor impact or a moderate impact based on, my knowledge of CEQA or CEQA reports, and then there'll be a couple of mitigations of someone standing out there and flagging traffic or something like that. Do we have any idea of kind of what that will be? Or do we think that it has a possibility to be significant and have major mitigations required?
At this point, we have no idea, but the studies and the whatever additional environmental analysis that's going to be done is purely going to be informational. It doesn't necessarily lead to a specific outcome. So it's totally possible that there might be no additional mitigation measures imposed. It's up to the planning commission.
And so it would be so then let's say it comes back and it has some level of significance, right? It's got something below I forget what the levels are in CEQA, but it has some level of significance. Then are there mitigations that are standardly used, or does the planning commission, in their experience, come up with potential mitigations and have it as a discussion?
Well, so I believe, if I'm not mistaken, noise and traffic have already been determined to be significant impacts, and as a result, mitigation measures have already been imposed. So it's quite possible that we determine there's a decrease, there's no net effect, or maybe there's a slight increase. If it's a huge increase, we'll have to leave it to the planning commission. But if there's a slight increase, maybe they don't even address it with new mitigation measures.
But oftentimes we've seen the mitigation report coming from the environmental impact consultant.
That's correct. The report comes from the consultant, but it's up to the planning commission to adopt those mitigation measures. So that's why I ultimately leave it to the planning commission.
Thanks for restating my question. That was what I was trying to get at. Yes.
But that's why I'm thinking, if we're doing that, we're already not agendized, but we've already put it on our radar to look into this in the near future, which will mitigate traffic not just for Alverno, but also for all campuses and different sections of Sierra Madre, because we know there's an issue, regardless of the change of population. So why are we reanalyzing it now, making decisions on that, when that study is going to make those decision changes already? And it'll be done when the population has changed already, because we're going to still feed out the rest of this year.
So the circulation, is the circulation going to look at is there a specific part of the circulation plan that looks at schools and school traffic and school trips?
Yes.
Well, let me ask
In my
that.
experience.
Yeah, no, and I just want to make clarity from
We can make it
staff.
as we want it, right?
Yeah.
I can have Analyst Carlson answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Parkhurst. In fact, we're going to have our kickoff meeting with Fair and Peers as a component of the Safe Trek program, and we're starting tomorrow. Fortunately, Assistant Planner Claire Lynn will be accompanying me on that meeting. I have seen previous reports that they've done, and they have taken a relatively small frame look at intersection schools, downtown businesses. So I'm pretty excited that we would really be able to get into some of the nooks and crannies.
So you're thinking that you could could address the traffic at Alverno as well as at all the other schools in town.
Yeah,
through this.
that's the intention, is to focus on schools downtown, the canyon, and we'll see what Fair and Piers wants to bring back to me, what they can do, what they can't do, what they suggest. But I feel it's going to be pretty over-encompassing, and after listening to all this, that we're definitely going to focus on schools.
So let's not lose sight.
Yeah.
You know, there was an appeal, and the appeal was specific to noise, but since this is de novo, we have the option. We've heard from other members of the community that traffic might be a concern as well. So you know, we have to kind of balance that. There is one appeal, and it's specific to noise, and it's specific to one corner of the property, but we have the purview to open it up, send it back to the Planning Commission, and look at some of these environmental issues. So
I'm wondering, based on what we just heard from Annalise Carlson, you know, that and the parties seem to agree that we give them 30 days to try to work out the noise issue, and then at the time when it comes back to us, we get an update from the consultant that he's meeting with tomorrow, and maybe we can close both of them at that time without having to have any additional burden on staff, other than as a mitigation or as a mediator for the two parties.
yeah, and you know, thinking of the circulation plan, a lot of it is safe streets, and if we could create circulation processes that, and I know a lot of these younger students live in town, that they can ride their bike to school and do these other things that can mitigate the traffic. I think that would be that's a great solution. So yeah, I'm inclined to, if we can get the parties to agree on the 30 days, to give the 30 days and see what happens, because it's not going to cost us any money to let that negotiation occur.
I concur.
Well, it costs us a little bit for our lawyers' time. But
I agree with that, but I want to reiterate that I really don't hear either side being willing to go to the middle, and I just want them to consider my idea or somebody else's idea up here, or there's going to be a waste of 30 days.
I actually think that they could do that. I think
they were
hearing
both
from
amenable to it, right?
Yeah.
That's what I heard from both
That's
parties.
what I heard from both as well.
Okay. Well, that's great.
Mr. Farsing, I'm sorry, are you amenable to the 30 days? If I can ask you to come up the mic.
No, I'm not questioning that. I know they're amenable to 30 days.
You know, yeah, that's what I.
But having 30 days to sit and not budge isn't very useful. If we're supposed to play a role here, I think we need to send a message to both sides. You're both going to have to give here. You're going to have to give something. Maybe you don't want to. Nobody wants to give in a negotiation, but a good negotiation, nobody walks away.
Nobody's happy.
Well,
So you got to take that to heart, okay? Because we spend an awful lot of our time, not our time, but our city government's time on this, and it's disproportional to the needs here, because we have other needs in the community that do need to be addressed with our resources.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, in terms of negotiation strategy, the options that will be before us in 30 days are the same as they are tonight, which means we could accept the appeal and deny the master plan. We could adopt the master plan as is, or we can adopt it with changes, or we can send it to the Planning Commission. But I think that the parties should know that we have the option to make a final decision in 30 days, yes or no, on the master plan. And I think that should help inform this next 30 days of negotiations in terms of, you know, incentivizing cooperation and compromise. Because as you've seen tonight, I don't think there's a huge appetite for this to drag on just because the parties can't come to an agreement, when I objectively having seen both sides, it's not very far apart.
Yeah, and I think a no to the master plan doesn't help either party. That's probably a bad thing. Yes, the master plan obviously helps Alverno, doesn't help, but yes to the master plan with amendments might get where we want to get, right? And that's what we're looking for.
So we're basically looking for them to make those amendments.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Before we get to a motion, I want to make sure that we disclose any ex-party communications, because I know I went to Alverno, so I don't have the date in front of me, but I did go with Council Member or Mayor Pro Tem Krebs on a rainy day.
February 24th.
Oh, you know, wow.
I think so, because I was the following week.
So I visited. I did a tour with I believe her name was Andrea. Facilities, and she walked me around. The problem was it was a rainy day, so I couldn't see or hear the noise. I think everybody was indoors, but we did get a tour of the facilities. We asked a couple questions regarding the striping of the court, when that occurred, where the temporary court will be. It's in the map, but we were directed to all those things. And all the questions were asked. This was a couple days after the announcement, and everybody, including Andrea, was surprised.
Yeah, we were together, and the only thing I would add is that we did ask a few questions about potential changes in the configuration of the campus based on the news of closing the upper school, which had just happened 2 or 3 days before we went on this tour. Specifically, I remember asking about the portable classrooms, the bungalows, and whether those would still be needed based on the change. And the answer was similar to what we heard tonight in public comment or in presentation, that hasn't been determined.
Yeah, I think there wasn't enough time to know that. Yeah. Any more communications?
Yeah,
I haven't had any here.
Okay.
I went on March 3rd and had a tour as well. I got the benefit to be outdoors more of it since it wasn't raining that day. Got to see where the different areas of outside play was there right around lunchtime, actually right at lunchtime. So I got to see where the places that people will eat and see some of the students move around. Went down and saw the field down at the southeast end of it, of the campus, and where everybody was playing, and like everyone else, has asked a lot of questions about current plans and future plans based on the changes in enrollment. And as we've heard tonight, there is a lot of uncertainty in that, and that those discussions are going on. So,
thank you.
I did not have a chance to visit.
Okay. Okay, we can keep discussing, but we could also have a motion.
I guess I would move to close the public hearing and agendize this matter for a meeting within 30 days from today to reconsider the same action.
So we have a 31-day month ahead of us. So, Mr. City Manager, do you have the calendar in front of if we could do a regular meeting?
So my calculation would be 4 weeks from today is April 11th, which is our standard meeting.
That's 28 days.
It must be a little bit longer than that, but.
Is that within 30 days?
Is that what? That would be more than 30 days.
That's 28.
Oh, 28? Okay. So you said 4 weeks exactly, so it would be 28 days.
Yeah.
The April 11th council meeting would fall within the 30 days.
Okay. So did you do you want to throw a date certain in that motion?
We're not continuing, which is what we usually do for a date.
Oh, for dates, yeah, for a continuation.
You are continuing.
Oh, no, I thought we had to close the public hearing.
We're continuing our decision.
You're closing the public hearing, which has already been done by the mayor, so there's no action necessary there. But you're continuing this item for discussion to a date certain, so there's no noticing required, public noticing required.
Okay, so I will revise my motion to move that we continue the discussion of this matter until a date certain of our second subsequent regular meeting on April 11th.
That was a mouthful. Thank you.
Sorry.
Second.
All those in favor of that motion in second?
Aye.
Aye. All right, carries unanimously.
And
So
feel free to clean that up in the minutes.
So I hope some real work gets done. That brings us to any future agenda items.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think the issues of senior transportation, I don't know if that's part of the circulation plan. Excuse me, folks.
We're finishing city business here. We're still in the meeting. Thank you. You can get up, as long as quietly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe Director Carlson could, Analyst Carlson.
Yeah,
just promote
as we know, this is a big issue for our senior commission. I was the liaison.
I'm sorry, I didn't even hear the comment, but.
So during my report, one of the things I heard from Chair Kroc was that
the senior transportation in the city is a significant concern. And so they'd like to have something dealt with it, so I'd like to agendize it to bring it back. And my question was is that part of the circulation plan that we're looking at, or does that need to be something separate? I defer to you on the best way to do that, but I would like to see it come back because we're hearing from it from our senior commission.
Yeah, I believe it was the last meeting, we restated and amended our transportation contract to allow for an extension with the idea that perhaps we did want to wait for the circulation and traffic studies. It's not necessary. I essentially have an RFP written, but I'm kind of interested to see how the council would want to approach that, to tell you the truth. And I was going to go through the city manager to kind of get a temperature of that.
Okay, so we could start discussing it, but that would be a violation. So yeah, I think let's put it. I guess the request is to have it agendized, and we can. I think discuss through you the right way to do it individually, if that doesn't violate Brown Act.
I think we can agendize maybe an update on our transportation.
Okay.
But you said seniors, but I know a bunch of kids that they have a problem, or some kids have a problem with transportation. It's not just seniors, it's also for children.
I hear you, Dee,
We have
but
to
this,
wait.
yeah, this is out of the,
Not agendized, so we can't talk about it yet.
yeah.
Wasn't on the agenda.
Yeah.
Gotta wait. Gotta wait. Love you.
Councilmember Parker, so I have an update on our transportation plan.
Yes, let's do an update on the transportation plan, including seniors and students.
It is a big issue, yes. Fair enough. I concur, Mr. Alcorn. Okay, any other future agenda items? Seeing none, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn this meeting.
I'll second. All those in favor? Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.